spawned. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. been slain. Rampage. Your team has destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Dominating. Your team has
Oh, yeah, my last point there is I trust the history of what my developers did more than the history of what they think they did. And merge is what happened, rebase is what they think happened and what they want to pretend happened. If you're exclusively working with developers whose imagination is better than their commits, rebase away. But I want to make sure that our history is true. And merge is the true history.
So I think this is where this bleeds right into the next topic, which is I don't believe my imagination plays a single role. Because I am an aggressive unit tester. And I have all my code unit tested and perfectly working. So when I make a refactor, I'm confident in this moment that I have not changed anything or the behavior without having to go through integration. Now, we may be using the term integration or end-to-end test slightly different, right? People tend to use these phrases in all sorts of ways. I don't think I've ever heard someone use the term functional test in the correct way ever. I don't think anyone has any idea what that actually means. But all right, so this might be part of the problem, which is you don't think unit tests should be done. In fact, I believe you said something along the lines of someone being delusional if they do unit tests. Probably not that intense, but it was pretty intense.
No, I said I was vehemently anti-unit tests.
Oh, you kept going. I believe you even tossed some shade my way
at
one point.
Did.
You probably even said like my hair wasn't as good as yours or something like that.
The TikTok came out great, though. Thank you for that. It's one of the
victim of TikTok damage. I'll accept it. In fact, you know,
sure I was the only victim there. You called me an ignorant slut. I'm not saying it's inaccurate. I'm just saying that I'm the victim.
That was the nicest thing someone has posted about me in a while, right? Usually when people take something, it is in a negative fashion. I felt like at least there was some love there. Maybe some anger, but mostly love.
My community has a lot of love for you. I was surprised because I've definitely seen you catch some heat, but I think we're on like the same wavelength in a lot of ways there, where it's like we're not here to make people happy. We're here to talk about how shit gets done. Yeah, and it gets spicy if it has to.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, as for the unit tests, though, I want again. I'm gonna preface this with something.
Oh wait, can I do one quick thing? Sorry that I just interrupted you right there. I'm gonna do a quick poll in chat that says who likes unit tests, or do you think unit tests are good? Yes and no. So answer truthfully, because afterwards I would like to see the outcome to this if anybody was swayed. Obviously this is a biased test in the sense that new people are going to join towards the end. They'll vote on it like, oh yeah, of course they're great, right? And so we won't get accurate results, but it'll be interesting to see if if you've changed people's minds, if things have changed. So go on.
That is the goal.
Start your unit testies.
So the issue, I have a handful of issues with unit tests, but I want to give like one important addendum at the beginning here, which is a lot of my stance here is trying to be the opposite extreme from what I consider the problem, which is everything should be unit tests people. I think that no unit tests is significantly better than 100% code coverage in the sense that where I am, the wrong extreme you might believe I'm at, prevents my engineers from being hampered by bullshit. And I am always looking for bullshit to trim. I want my engineers working on things. I want the teams I'm in working on things that make them more productive, effective, and confident as they solve problems for our users. And where most of the code I see shipping goes, unit tests are slowing them down more than helping, and they're often reached for due to other problems. My concern is there are tests being written to create contracts and expectations where the code's architecture itself should be enforcing them.
Okay, so I think we do fall on the same page that I think we both would universally agree that 100% coverage is just terrible, right? It's easy to have a bug and have 100% coverage. Just do a list and access a list and have the second thing be undefined, right? You can just, bam, hit an undefined, right? Very, very easy. And number two...
Okay, so I want to go off on this one for a little bit because I totally agree that undefined in a list problem is so real, and we hit it in production, and it turns out, and this is really fun learning, there's actually a TypeScript rule for accessing an index and not checking if it's defined or not, because when you're grabbing from an array, you can't know yet.
Yep.
And we turned that on. We found like 3 other places that bug could have happened in the code base as a result. And once again, my stance of good tools are better than okay tests was proven out, because we could have written 100 unit tests and not caught that, but we turned on one TypeScript rule and caught it.
Okay, so I do think that good tools help prevent a class of bugs or something along those lines. So I'm going to agree with you on that one. But okay tests, I mean, it sounds like you have 4 test writers, so we'll ignore that for a second. The second thing is that I think we both agree, I try to find the common ground before we get on the argument here, is that we both agree that TDD, defining the test first and then building your architecture around the test, is the devil tool and should be thrown away immediately. I personally will never define my architecture based on how I'm going to write my test. I usually do it a little bit, the other way around. You must not be on the TDD.
Yeah, no, I'm a big UDD fan, user-driven development. We do things because our users need them, and tests are not the best way to define those things. Like, the problems we're solving exist much more in user land than they do in, like, if I was a back-end developer building long-running systems and I needed to make sure things were staying super stable and never leaking, it'd probably be a little cooler with test-driven development than unit tests. But building product for users, TDD pulls you far enough away from the user that you lose track of what you're building pretty regularly. And that's been the experience with every TDD team building user-first software that I've ever worked in.
Okay. So, I mean, I think you might be drawing like some sort of like false dichotomy here, that somehow UDD is opposed. Well, TDD, let's just put that in the trash, okay? Nobody likes TDD. We all agree that TDD sucks. But test incorporated along with writing code somehow takes you away from the user. So, good example. I'll throw out an example here. One of my jobs was we had an iPad in which we were one of the first people to kind of do like a Google Docs-like presentation where you could view, a document on several different platforms, including one that's written in the old action script way back in the day, and also an HTML5 when HTML5 was hot, or HTML4 maybe it was at that point. I can't even remember what it was at. But either way, we did this, and if you touched the iPad and drug your finger across it, you would highlight some text, and that text would be in the exact same pixel position as it would be in ActionScript on, say, a computer or using the app versus on the iPad. And you can make comments and all that. Now, touching the screen obviously involves a couple points coming in, which then takes this huge block of text, and now we have to find exactly the point translation to text position. Now, I could have just whipped out that feature in a day, but instead I took 2-3 days and made a very comprehensive set of tests, and that feature still actually is running untouched and used by a lot of people, and no one's had to touch or change that code. And it's been a decade, simply because it is well thought through and well tested, so everyone knows the exact ins and outs of the whole 9 yards. So is UDD
so
against
it's
that?
actually never been changed, or was it never changed, or easy to fix when things broke? Because those are different.
It was both easy to fix because there was a couple bugs, because I had a very comprehensive set of tests, so they knew where the bug was and how to fix that, right? And second, in a sense, having a set of kind of tests, especially when it comes to complicated data structures and how you use them, you have to need a way to kind of like describe that to the developer. I'm not convinced writing a description of how to search through a document is the best versus an example that actually is a test, right? To me, that is a much better developer experience in my personal book to actually see the thing get used, exactly how to pinpoint it and understand it. And so I both lean on tests as a way to prove correctness and as a way for someone to get effectively tech documentation for free.
Yeah, I use TypeScript for the latter, and I use documents plus
Explain
things
the
like
latter.
Loom to do quick recording. TypeScript definitions give you 90% plus of what you need when you're consuming something. Like, you can hover over, you see what it takes, and then it tells you what it returns, as long as they're named okay. And I would say, like, the big thing we lean on hardest is code reviews and, like, pushing for us to be, like, raising the bar constantly. I obviously cannot say that scales forever, but if you build a culture around it, it keeps you from running into a lot of the problems that, like, unit tests solve in those ways. I don't like unit tests as a demonstration of how code works and should be used, because more often than not, unit tests are breaking those assumptions with the weird ways they mock shit. And that's the problem with unit tests, is to test an individual unit, you're definitely mocking something, and you're probably mocking it poorly, because every mock I've ever seen was bad. Every single fucking
Okay,
one.
so that might be how you might be running into people writing it poorly. So I do have a rule when writing tests, which is anything that interacts with the environment is usually behind an interface. So there is no mocking for me. I actually provide an object in which abstracts it out, right? So it's just simple calls in and out. Whereas I don't actually have to worry about a lot of the mocking type, at least any sort of like dependency injection style ones, which I find to be where all the confusion happens when you have these weird jest import mocks and you're taking all the imports and you're rewriting the imports and then you're hoping it goes all the way through. I find that to be where a lot of the confusion is, versus like, hey, when I'm going to do some sort of like, say I'm setting the audio render rate on a television, I'm going to have this as part of the config. And that way I can provide the render rate to my player and not actually have it query some sort of outside item. And so kind of inverting the control, if you will. I think they have a name for that.
Yeah, the amount of thought that has to go into these things and developing these patterns and onboarding people to use them properly and maintaining them and realizing they're bad and gutting them and figuring out which tests actually bring value and not, and it becomes a whole additional thing to maintain that is relatively big. I actually keep a list. I don't think I have it here.
So I guess the invert of this would be integration, right? I mean, integration tests themselves are extremely complicated to set up. They break all the time. Data's unreliable. You have to do this whole data mocking layer, which is always out of date. It's like never in date. I've never seen someone data mock successful ever. We've done it a lot of times at Netflix. It is just one of the worst things. Services are going down. You have to have an entire staging environment. Then the staging environment has to be scaled, because if your tests all run at once or a bunch of developers commit at once, you have horizontal scaling issues you're doing. You're solving production in not production at all points. So I'm not convinced that the other way is even remotely easier in any sense. And creating tests that often, especially with WebRTC, you're in WebRTC world, like how do you do sequence out of order in RTC? You know, how do you do forward error correction, Reed Solomon? How do you take care of all these really complicated things if you were to own it without something that more defines or controls the network and puts it in a very systematic way?
I wouldn't. I would outsource somebody who does, and I'm almost positive everybody will ever outsource our WebRTC Discord tool or start hiring and have people doing that ourselves. They will probably be much more pro unit tests than me, and they will probably ignore my stance here and go and do those things. I think that unit tests are reached to way too often for software that the majority of is not things that have sequence out of order errors. They have the items in my cart aren't going into the order errors. The vast majority of the web is e-commerce and mostly static sites. The vast majority of servers are just hosting WordPress and Postgres. The vast majority of the things that we do are slowed down by unit tests. And that's why I take the extreme stance I do. I think you need a good reason to have unit tests rather than a good reason to not. And I think you're describing things that are good reasons to have unit tests. I think that your job and your role, that makes sense a lot of the time. I think the majority of people, even in your chat here, are probably writing too much unit tests in their job.
So how do you know, so we'll go with your theory here. How do you know when you've written too many unit tests? If you say none, we're fist fighting.
I really don't think this is...
Because I almost feel like it's harder yours than mine. Mine is just simply, I'm going to think of a few edge conditions that I know will exist. Say I have a bunch of items that could be added in various orders and put into a cart. I expect if I handed this list, it just produces me the list in the same order, right? That's a pretty happy case, very simple. If someone decides I want to add a new filtering mechanism, it's going to break. And they go, oh crap, we broke the default user experience. Either I have to change the test or make mine right at some sort of option, right? It's like a catch because they don't know the history. So how would you know when that's too much?
That already sounds like too much to me. Like, you have a list, you use the list is the same. I wouldn't. I trust React to do... this is the thing I see the most of at Twitch. I saw a ton of it at Twitch. Basically testing, if you pass a component prompt, it gets the prompt. Well, yeah, React works. What?
Yeah, no, I agree that is not a very good problem. But I'm just saying, like, specific, because there's always filtering and all that. Like, say you want to do something smart, some sort of logic on top of it to make this list into something else. At some point, how do you know somebody's not breaking that? Because it may not show up in user metrics, right? It doesn't always, just because you make something doesn't mean people quit using the product. They'll find a way around it. You'll often see this where people just do the dumbest thing. You're like, why are you doing that? They're like, well, actually, it quit working, and then this is how we solve it. You're like, oh, yeah, we worked around it.
I think this is where, like, for us, user obsession is super important. We are constantly hopping into users' rooms, seeing how they use the product, see what's going right and wrong. And we've already had times where feedback didn't get to us here, that we had to, like, find ourselves by digging in really hard. And we've had one bug so far total since we started shipping in August that a unit test reasonably could have caught, and the amount of inertia we would have had to eat to start integrating tests into our workflows. Like, our time to response for a production issue that a user reports to us is under 7 minutes for a production fix from when it's reported. And I'm aiming to get that lower right now. I want us on top of our shit, and unit tests don't help there. My general philosophy is build safety nets, not guardrails, and unit tests are the most guardrail-y of, like, it feels like bumpers being put on, like, bowling alleys, except half the time you hit them, they're just blocking you from doing the thing you intend to do, and then you have to remove the bumper yourself. And now you don't trust bumpers at all. And the experience, especially for newer devs, sucks. I want to build the best safety net possible, so when things do go wrong, we can revert the thing that caused it to go wrong quick, and we can address the problems fast as possible. And if we cause another problem in doing that, we can address that as well. Obviously, as systems get bigger, this gets harder. But I have seen time and time again, especially at companies like Twitch, that you can do this. You put your time and energy into the right places. You can build in a way that is focused on fixing problems when they come up, rather than guiding people to solutions and solving problems with guardrails that you don't know about yet. I don't trust my developers to guess the edge cases better than I trust my users to.
Okay, so then I do. So how do you test, right? So how do you have confidence that when someone makes a change, it doesn't blow up? So obviously there's the integration, there's literal manual QA. What if you do integration, what's your integration story look like?
We open up the PR build and hop in a call if it's something that touches any of the scary parts. The vast majority of the code we're shipping nowadays is CSS changes and feature flags being turned, like, on and off and moved from place to place. Here's a fun example of a production issue we had. We added, this one just happened yesterday actually. I'm sure you might have noticed in ping right now, I'm flashing, and yesterday when we talked, I wasn't. Mm-hmm. We had added a network test in the preview before you joined the call that instantiated the WebRTC client, and then killed it and instantiated a new one when you joined the call. That broke the signaling process that passes us the volume indication. There is literally no way in hell we could have tested that, because it was an external SDK with a memory error inside of it that, when killed and reinstantiated, breaks this one type inside of it. And those are the things that we tend to run into in production. Those are the bugs we have. And being able to get bisect, find the last time it worked, quickly comment out that hook, and have everything working in production, pretty good.
So then I guess the follow-up question was, you don't do any integration testing. Would have an integration test simply caught this? Like a puppeteer. A puppeteer would not have been able to start two streams and...
No, a puppeteer would not, at least not trivially, be able to spin up an audio and video device and then send down arbitrary audio and detect that the levels are being picked up on the other side. That would be... I would have lost 2 of my engineers for 3 months trying to do that, but we fixed it in 5 minutes instead. And that's just not a worthwhile trade, and I would be hard to convince that there's a scale where that makes sense, other than you are selling these services to other companies. I don't believe the amount of effort it would take to properly mock and rebuild those things would be worthwhile almost ever, when we could build our own SDK for our WebRTC stuff instead. When we run into problems like that where it feels like a test would bring value, fixing the thing that makes us so uncomfortable we want to test is better every single time.
But how do you know you even got it right, besides for just manual testing? It sounds like you're
manual testing.
So you instead of, so if you had to fix one place 100 times, you would have to manually test that one place 100 times.
Yeah, and I've probably tested our call logic over 100 times at this point.
Would that not slow you down in the greater end? I mean, I guess that some parts are just you can't mock out, right? Like I do understand that some things are just they're just too hard. And WebRTC, I can kind of buy that. Obviously, there's GStreamer and something. Right? Well, how do you know you get it right when you rewrite it? Like, how do you know any part of the things you do that you haven't introduced small bugs that aren't causing customer friction? Which ultimately, like personally, every time I've used a product that has a series of small bugs over and over again, I find that more frustrating than a place that has one big bug every now and then. Right? Like, small things drive me way more nuts when I just use it. I'm like, crap, this thing's broken. Oh, okay, today this thing's broken. Like, how do you prevent that as your team grows to, say, 20, 50, 100 engineers?
By overhauling the places that are, like, fertile ground for those small problems. I don't believe those small problems occur because the tests aren't good enough. I believe those small problems occur because the structure and the place that they are occurring in is fragile or not, like, clear enough to work in. Can unit tests be a tool that guides people down the right paths in those, like, fucked up grounds? Sure. I would rather every single time dig it up and rebuild it, because it takes about the same, if not less, effort a lot of the time. It's a better experience for the developers. It's a huge way, especially as like a leader when I'm running teams, for somebody to say, hey, this thing broke, should we add a bunch of tests? To say no, or we can, or if you think this is fragile enough that we need something more, write out a spec, we can overhaul it. I think it's time. In fact, my CTO is doing that right now for our call logic, because it is too fragile and nigh impossible to test. So we're building a new state machine with X state. It's going to be way more complex. We're going to have like Markov diagram and all that shit, and probably maybe do some tests for it. But that's a very, very specific thing that is business critical that we think we have ironed down enough to start testing. But if we had started testing before getting here, it would have slowed down the process in which we got here in the first place. And I guess my hot take is letting the developers, and I guess down the line, some of the users, feel a bit of pain to build more trust with your team is huge. And doing that for the team and giving them the trust to own and replace fragile things is almost always worth it.
Okay, so
I see somebody in chat say, or asking like how big of like teams and companies I've been on. Like, yeah, my current company, I have a 6-person team.
Okay, I was right on that.
Yeah, but I helped a lot at Twitch on like the team that ran the core website, which had over like 400 plus contributors. I've run and helped lead teams with 50 plus engineers. And that's where a lot of my philosophy came from. It's how do we get to that point as fast as possible without stepping on too many toes and breaking too much shit. And I've seen teams scale from 2 to 200 many times now. I think I know how to do this right. And the way to do it right is to do it wrong, but fast for long enough to get there in the first place.
So I definitely don't disagree with that. I am fully in the camp that you always should build something once to throw it away. Right? Like it just simply almost universally works better that the first one you build, you throw away. And I can even buy the fact that you say, hey, I'm not even going to unit test this first one because I'm just building it to really understand the problem. Because, you know, the people that go on the whiteboard and spend a week purely whiteboarding a problem and all the right boxes and arrows and all those things, I have never actually had that work out in real life, because real life does not look like boxes and arrows. It's just completely, and it's always wrong. And so I have just never had it work correct. And so I'm a huge proponent of the build it twice kind of thing. And so it kind of sounds like you almost are mimicking it in a different kind of fashion that, okay, we're going to rebuild it. But I do worry that you're almost no true Scotsman this one, meaning that every time something is problematic, you're like, well, it wasn't quite where it should have been, right? Like, won't that always be all code at all time? It's always never quite
and we should
where
always
it should
be leveling it up. I feel like tests discourage you from taking level up opportunities.
Why?
They are patch jobs where you should be overhauling.
Why do they prevent you? Because if you're going to rewrite it, you can either A, you're rewriting the interfaces, or B, you're writing the insides, right? So if you're rewriting the interfaces, it's like everything's done anyway. And so then the test will be there and be like, oh, why did this happen? Oh, look, this thing actually gets called twice for this really weird reason, or this happens twice for some really weird reason. I should remember that the next time, right? You do lose some oddity knowledge without it in the unit test. So whenever I rewrite and burn down the whole city, I look at the unit test as like an example of all the things I need to remember. But if I'm rewriting just simply the insides, the unit tests just make me go, okay, I still have everything correct. I have not changed it fundamentally. I've only changed how it works on the inside.
You know what? I'll take a light L on this one. This is something that I have not been good about in the parts of the code base that you could argue need unit tests. I should have done a better job of documenting the weird behaviors there so that when my poor CTO goes halfway through rewriting it, it's clear and he has to ask me less questions. But generally, I have relied on communication as the solution there, where I'm the one who built this V0, this like broken first version, and I trust my team and our engineering culture to get us there and to get us over those gaps. And I'm focused way more on that part than I am any technical path there.
Yeah. I will also be glad to take the light L of that. I do think favoring your first time through is a very good thing rather than being so focused on tech. Make sure you have the right behavior, the right things. I do think that does make it a bit easier to move a bit faster. But I think where we come into contention is once I think I know what I want, I tend to do the refactor there in place and then throw in the test to make sure that I never forget the things that I shall never forget, such as my comments on Node's GitHub. And so it's just like I always put those things around for me to just, I forget. And the funny thing is what you're describing is Netflix in a nutshell, or old Netflix, shall I say. Old Netflix was exactly this. You actually probably would have loved working on Netflix 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. It was tribal knowledge is what you're describing, right? Where people all know the areas. Really, it's just really up to each individual to make sure that that area is good. And we had virtually no unit tests, no anything. And it did scale for actually quite some time. We made it for about from 0 customers to about 100 million customers. But there just came a point where all of a sudden, all these decisions start gaining enough momentum that it no longer worked. And so when we burnt down the ship, we replaced it with a bunch of unit tests, and we've actually, life has been significantly different. Now, there are some really shitty interfaces, right? Or really shitty unit tests where they, does this thing construct? You're like, yes, new always has been new for like all of eternity. If that does not work, then your language is broken. Like the thing itself is broken, and it will never work. Don't do that. And so I get where you're going with it. I just am not convinced it works forever. It works small and fast. It does not work when you start getting out of small and fast.
It works until it doesn't, and I guess my hot take is you'll know when it doesn't, and people are pretending they need these things way before they do. I think you need to get to that 100 millionth user before hiring a Primogen to go build this new structure that's test first, check everything always. Like there's a future, like if I do everything right at ping, in 5 years, all of my stances here are going to be wrong, and I have to hire you to fix the mistakes I've made. Like that is my ideal situation here, is by doing things this way and breaking shit and moving as fast as possible, I can survive long enough to get to that 100 millionth customer and then have enough money and revenue to pay you to go fix that. But I don't think almost anybody in chat here is at that point. And to go back to your earlier thing of like building the first version, then the second, I think what you're describing here is the first and second version of the company's structure for building to an extent. And people over-optimize to make the first one last forever, rather than make the first one last at all and be as productive as possible so you can get to that second step. And to go even further back to when you use this to describe like building the first version, the second version of tech, I think a lot of people are still in that first version and don't realize it. And they're foot gunning themselves because they're shipping the V0 somebody hacked together. And unit tests are part of the nails holding that down. If it wasn't tested and was quick, it's a lot easier to rip up than if it was tested and was quick. Not because you have to delete the interfaces or rewrite or it's any different in that way, but yeah, the role of unit tests does give an amount of inertia, an amount of like weight that can hold down bad code and mislead people into maintaining bad code that probably should have been deleted. I'm almost like consciously letting certain code be bad.
Isn't that just bad engineers at that point? Why would you let a unit test hold you down?
Because you're a new dev. And I don't think new devs are bad devs. I think new devs need to be able to make mistakes and also make changes quickly. And that's a process that involves like mentorship and communication much more so than unit tests. Unit tests are another scary thing that I don't think bring value very often. I think that to go another like full step back, I think the era of TypeScript has changed where unit tests are necessary and bring value. Types and type systems can define a lot of the things I used to use unit tests for. Like, given this function, this thing, does it return this thing? And I would use unit tests almost as a way to enable refactoring ability. I get that gave that to me in a much better fashion.
Yeah. No, the web's lack of types have always been a historic tragedy, right? I mean, I think anyone that's used non-types for a while to a type, it is definitely a tragedy. Just realizing how much pain you went through before you're like, oh, look, types are really great. Yeah, I know they were really great. I know at one point, computers just needed types because they didn't have the memory or the speed to have an interpreter. But then that left, and then you're like, oh, yeah, it's perfectly fine. But I do want to touch on something with Netflix. People, I get roasted in the chat about like, oh, now we have 100 million users, now we test. Well, you got to remember that Netflix hired only the most senior engineers at that point. And so we had arguably, one of the most badass teams ever put together doing television. And we made it far enough to the point where Netflix didn't ship a feature for over a year and a half because of all the decisions we made, right? Like that, it was really bad. Like heads rolled, things were not good. Like but it took enough inertia until we got to that point. Because the problem is, what you're saying is like, oh, just rip it out. there eventually comes a time rip out problem, right? Which is you can only rip out so much code, and some code infects others at a very fast and vicious rate, like RxJS. Someone puts in one observable, the next thing you know, half your code base is emitting observables, and you're like, how the hell do I refactor this thing out? Right? Like, it's impossible. You can no longer pull it out without, like...
I have such a good use case for RxJS at King right now for, like, tracking the state of the call against the emergency client, and I'm so scared to even consider it because it will infect our code base and ruin everything around us. And I will make an async state into a synchronous state machine by brute fucking force if it's what I have to do to keep observables in, like, bad fashion away. I think Holiday is a cool contender for doing observables like space libraries. RxJS exists because the primitive doesn't exist in the browser, and that's not a good primitive to me.
Yeah, I don't think, well, even if it did exist in the browser, I don't know if it's a good idea still. Right? Like, I'm still not buying it that just because something exists doesn't make it a good idea. Plenty of people went back and go, this thing sucks. Why did we do that, right? Channels, fantastic. Well, I think channels are a much better version of what people are trying to get out of RxJS. And so, but either way,
I can agree with that.
Going back to this, and so I've seen this at Netflix, right? I've seen it a lot of times where all of a sudden your resources for change become constrained under the weight of feature velocity. And at some point, bad ideas spread. In fact, for whatever reason, they feel like they spread faster than good ideas. I don't know how that works. I don't know why that works. Maybe God, when he cursed the ground, he also cursed code. I don't exactly know how it happened, but it just never quite works the way you want it to. And so I find that, like, bad things just keep on happening. And then all of a sudden, it's just like this myriad of bugs that are just super hard to track down. And it doesn't show itself right away. But every year, you find yourself having a few more production bugs. Okay, this year we're up 50%. This year we're up 50%. This year we're up 50%. All of a sudden you're like, wow, we're 5x from where we were. Even though if you 50% a bunch of times, you will not get 5x.
Wait, somebody just coughed Elixir. Wet slugs. Please elaborate.
No, you don't need the. You do not need the.
No?
Their name is probably
No,
Ryan as the only person who uses Elixir. I don't even believe in it. It's a fake
Hey,
language.
I shipped Elixir for a year at Twitch. It was great.
It doesn't even have type. It does simply. It has 2 plus signs for concatenate. Language is crazy. Okay, don't trust it.
It is. Fun. I had so much fun with Elixir. I would never recommend anybody ship it at this point, but man, it was so fun. And we got a lot done.
I want to actually hear more about
production
this.
because I used a lowercase p.
You broke production because you used a lowercase p. Go, please, go on that. Go on, because I have some fun production.
Power Rangers is spelled with an uppercase P for the class that was assigned for it. Or, that was on for whatever our bucket was for it. And the type definitions, because they don't exist, didn't catch that in a pattern match. And yeah, everything broke live. There was some other very fun production errors there. That was the closest thing to one that like a unit test could have caught. My favorite though was that in the Power Rangers episodes that we got just air, almost all of them had the audio on channels 1 and 2. We were pretty confident all of them did. Like left is 1, right is 2, even though there was 9 channels. One episode, like episode 5, I think, had channels 1 and 2 were just sound effects. So we aired a whole episode of Power Rangers with just the sound effects.
Oh, that sounds beautiful. Just the whole time. That's it. That's actually
it was
funny.
phenomenal. We aired the whole thing too. We didn't cut it because we didn't have a way to yet. We just built the code base like 3 days before. So like we let the whole episode air. There's like a fight in like a popcorn bag because they like got like shrunk to like mini versions and they had like a fight. God, it was so the funniest thing ever. The clips are still around randomly.
So I'd say that we both agree on this point that Elixir is not a good choice. So I am happy about that. So hey, I'm gonna throw something out there. It's gonna be super contentious for you. You know your little state problem that you're having? So, you know, I hope that you are prepared for this, but I do believe that often when you have super problematic async state containers, one of the best and most wholesome ways to solve them would be a delicious class. Put it in a nice state container, have all the callbacks contained, and then it just only emits the things it needs to emit. So you create like an observable light, if you will, on a very small thin layer. Now, I know you hate classes to the point where you even ES-linted them out of your project, which, you know, I mean, I'm not going to say we're going to fist fight, but we're probably going to fist fight over this. But either way, so would this be a place you would consider a class? Or are you just going to do a closure object?
If the async was the only problem, yes. But we have a few more interesting issues here, primarily around like boundaries between different state machines that have differing sources of truth. So we have your audio and video device, which are synchronous by which you pick, and then asynchronous by which tracks exist, with an additional set of state on top, so audio levels, like resolution selection, stuff like that. That'll have to communicate with an additional state server of what's permitted are you allowed to use, which of these settings can be selected or not selected. So there's like a second state machine that is interacting with that one. We can probably merge those two together, but it's going to be rough because we have to persist some things locally and persist some things server side. Then there's the third part, which is the actual WebRTC connection layer, and that is a lot. And making all 3 of these parts interact tends to be the most painful points of this. Could we throw all of them together into one class? Maybe, but then the parts that we need to consume in isolation are no longer consumable in isolation. Right now, you're in a bed inside of my screen. I don't want anything to do with devices or audio or AV management or even like server expectations around those things here. So I need to be able to take that part and reuse it. In classes, encourage you to throw everything in one place, and now you can't break those parts out anymore. And that's why we really go deep on the functional aspect and try to make reusable parts, because we get random requests and crazy ideas from our users all the time. We want to be able to explore it, and classes make that harder.
Okay. I think you're using classes wrong, but I do understand that. I'm a very strict class user in the sense that I will never go beyond 1D. I think inheritance was a mistake, but I do know one case where I think inheritance was the right call, which of course is event emitters, right? When you just want something that says like I will now emit events for you and you can call a function. I think that was the right abstraction, though I can't figure out a way around it to not be a class that inherits. I don't know what else to do with that one. It's a little painful for me on that, but
I made a custom hook. It's really nice.
Let's not get started in garbage factories, okay? I emotionally hurt on the inside every single time DH goes into garbage collection.
Can I go on a non-technical defense rant on hooks quick?
Yeah, sure. For those that don't know, we're talking now about, I believe, Hook started in React 16, if I'm not mistaken.
17. Oh yeah, 16.9, 10 I think. 8 or 9.
Definitely
9. Okay, cool.
6.9 is in there for sure.
Yeah, it was early 2018 they were announced, if I recall. I remember like
that
hitting the Twitch code base super hard. So
yes, it did hit a lot of code bases super hard.
It was great. I was one of the big advocates at Twitch. I got us entirely moved over to hooks pretty much in like a year. I got us updated all the core packages like our GraphQL and stuff like that so you consume them. And I also shipped ModView as the first feature at Twitch that didn't use any classes in the entirety of the development. Fully functional feature branch using hooks exclusively for state. It was great. But yeah, as for the important part of hooks outside of the tech, I could totally agree with some of the ergonomics and some of the like what would they do can lead developers down bad types. Absolutely will take the element. But the beauty of what hooks enabled was a third-party community of developers to build off of things with you. It was like use effect, for example, is the hook that exists inside of every other framework that they don't expose because they wrap that with 15 different things that you might want to use instead. So like, yeah, like on mount, for example, is a thing that almost every framework exposes. When this thing mounts, you have a function you can run.
Mm-hmm.
In React, you build that yourself with use effect now, because if you have a use effect with an empty dependency array, that runs on mount. But what if the function you pass that changes? Now there's a lit rule that tells you, hey, this thing needs to be here. And it encourages good behaviors in some ways, but it does that by giving you a very, very raw primitive. It's almost the first instance of go-to in state management, which is why it's so scary and why it's able to be used in some bad ways. But the power it introduces is community development of things that hook in there. I think React enabled this before with components. The idea of like the material UI component library coming out and giving you the thing you install and it has a button built in and drop down and all these things. Folks gave that to us for state and license, where you can install React Query, which manages like server state and keeps things functioning locally, patches them around your app. Things like Jodi and Duststand and obviously Redux, but other new state management libraries as well. How they allow you to React doesn't solve a lot of problems. And I have so much respect for that team, that when they have the option to solve this problem their way or abstract the piece to allow the community to solve it themselves, they always pick the latter. And that's why I like React more than a lot of other solutions. They let the community do the things that they're not doing.
Yep. So my argument against hooks is a purely technical argument. And it has nothing to do with the word DX, right? I'm still not sure if DX is a real thing. But here, I'll just throw this out there, that every single time a hook is executed, right, it's executed in code. So use effect has a function that has to be thrown in, but some sort of array of arguments that show that it has or has not changed, correct? That's a fairly primitive way of saying it.
Yeah.
And so one of my big problems with that is A, it generates a closure. B, it generates a function. C, it generates an array, right? Every single render, and as these things get larger and larger and larger, you find yourself generating upon every render 1,000 just throwaway objects every single time, which means you're spending 20, 30, 50, 100 milliseconds in garbage collection every single render. And it just becomes this progressive whole, which ultimately in the end, hooks and classes share a lot in common. They share a way for you to identify a piece of like code or value that you can call into. Now, you may not be using this dot foo to grab foo, but you're using use effect foo to get foo out. Right? So they actually are representatively almost one-to-one translation of each other, but classes aren't as easily transferable. And I get that. So I'm not arguing or advocating for classes in this thing, but it does prevent a huge amount of garbage. And thinking through what you're producing, it doesn't really matter to you and me. I'm on a Threadripper with 64 threads. You're probably on something, my guess is a MacBook M1, drinking Phil's coffee, high-fiving with Sweet and Creamy or whatever it is. Ambrosia of the Gods, I believe.
Yes, I love my Mac Air.
Okay, so there you go. And so like your value and speed does not look anything like the world, right? Like nothing like the world. The world doesn't even use Mac processors, right? It's like 80+% Android. There's entire, India's a heavily phone-used place. And so making these decisions, though very small for us, disproportionately affect a large people around the world. And so that was my big argument.
Why I keep my trusty S5 and I have a broken-ass Moto X Moto G actually, 2003 here as well.
That's good.
2013.
Those are good
Very
to have.
important devices in my testing arsenal. I think this is very important, and I totally agree. If I was shipping mobile clients, I probably wouldn't be using React for the web interface. Right now, I'd probably do as much server gen as I could, and then hop into stuff like SolidJS when I can. But I'm not building or recommending people build those things, in particular very client-heavy stuff that needs to run on low-powered devices with React. I think that React ships to users more often than probably should. We're starting to see that change with things like Remix blowing up, things like Astro moving out of SR technology, even Next.js becoming the recommended go-to to knit a new project by the React team themselves. I think that we're moving away from React on the client. But to go back to the point about hooks are classes and classes problems in a different code, I honestly kind of agree. But I think the new code is much rawer and more composable. Yeah. Step forward. In classes in React, you had on component mount, on proc will change, on proc did change. And if there was a case that those didn't encompass, you were fucked. The cool thing that changed now is you simply didn't put in 4 specific cases you have to build into that you have to build your components around as well. You could instead take part of that, which is if you had if I had a component that on mount I wanted to connect to a call and on mount I wanted to disconnect to a call, I have to build a component around those needs into the component itself. Hooks let me abstract that into a single thing, use a door or call. So under the hood is doing effectively the same thing, as you said. It's basically just classes unbundled. But instead of 5 things I have to get into at the component level, I have one hook that is abstracted that owns and does all of that. And I know you said that DX isn't real. I think that's the core thing that leads to almost all of our disagreements here. I think DX is the only thing that's real, other than UX. Everything else is made up.
Okay. See, I think UX is the only thing that exists. DX is the fake thing that we complain about.
UX is number 1, DX is number 2. That's far on the list.
Damn. Man, we're just never gonna find. I don't think we're gonna find common ground here. But this was good, nonetheless. All right, Theo. So a lot of people, I don't know if everyone around here knows you. Can you how do we find you? Where do we find you at?
Yeah, of course. The place that I'm posting the most is definitely Twitter, at t3.gg, spelled out D-O-T-G-G. I post a lot. I mostly talk about front-end stuff and content creator media stuff. I'm really into the content creation world after working at Twitch and whatnot. Currently working really hard on my startup, Ping Labs. Ping.gg is the domain for that. It's the wonderful tool bringing me into this stream in HD and bringing Prime into mine in the same. We are used by a lot of awesome content creators and streamers, really excited about the cool stuff we're building there. And yeah, if you ever want to talk crap about all things full stack, type safety, and web dev especially, let me know.
All right, so John, you've had quite the illustrious career and quite the academic career, it seems like. You're, I would probably put you at least 10 units of smartness above me. And so you want to give us a little bit of a background on, I like this idea of what you did in college, especially as you exceeded or excelled past the bachelor realm. What was it? What'd you do? Tell us a little bit about that.
All right, so my story's a little weird. So I started out in Norway. That's where I'm originally from, and I just sort of, sorry,
lutefisk.
Yeah, lutefisk. We all collectively hate it, but pretend to foreigners that we like it.
I used to eat it every Christmas. It was a requirement in my family. We're very Norwegian around here. Yeah, I eat a lot.
Yeah, I mean, usually you eat it for the condiments. Like the fish is there so that you can scrape it to the side of the plate, and then you eat like the honey and brown cheese and stuff instead.
Okay, I thought it was just a way to get more butter into my system.
I mean that too. Just anything but the fish.
Anything
That's the
but
important
the fish.
Part. Yeah. So I'm from Norway originally, and you know, while I was there, computer science wasn't really a thing. Like there were no classes in computer science, so I just sort of did it on the side. And then when I finished high school and was like looking for bachelor's, I was like, I guess I'll start like an intro to CS course, and started taking it and was bored out of my mind.
Naturally.
And then a friend of mine was like, you know, I'm going to Australia for film school. Why don't you just come with? I think as a joke. But I was like, fuck it, why not? And so like a few months later, I moved to Australia to do a bachelor's there.
Classic computer scientist, though, not catching on to social cues. Hey, just
Oh,
come
yeah,
to Australia.
exactly.
Okay.
Yep,
I'm
yep,
coming.
yeah, exactly. That's pretty much what happened. I think they all hate me now. It's fine.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
It was fun though because I ended up being used as basically a prop and stand-in for all of their various like film and TV shoots, which was a lot of fun.
Nice. Are you a part of the Actors Guild? Did you have to
No,
apply to anything,
no,
or
I'm
this
not
was just
prestigious
amateur?
enough.
Okay, this is just amateur hour stuff. It wasn't.
Yeah. No, I'm entirely an amateur, but I got to like hold mics every now and again and stuff, so that was
Okay.
fun. And then fast forward a little bit, I basically chose lots of random subjects over the course of that bachelor. So you're supposed to like follow a major and stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't do that, so I have 2 majors in general computer science. So you're supposed to pick 2 majors as part of that bachelor, and they're supposed to be like information security and algorithms or something. Mine are just too general.
Does majors like refer to it in this case, because this is not the term we would use? Is a major effectively like a class that you take like 3 class, or like a niche that you take 3 classes in? So
yeah, it's like a
algorithms you take-
specialization of the bachelor.
Okay, so you take okay, so a major is a
and-
specialization. Okay.
Yeah, and I basically didn't specialize. So I took subjects that were everything from like Unix sysadmin tools to
that's
data
so awesome.
structure to like computer science entrepreneurship. So my subjects were just all over the place. So they didn't know what to call it. So they just gave me a double general in computer science.
I think that's the way to go, though. I mean, honestly, the Tour de France approach gives you like the full kind of idea of what is available. I wish I would have
that was
taken
my
more
thinking too.
things, right, myself.
Yeah, and I think also at the time I was like, I don't know what I want to do.
Yeah.
I don't know what is the coolest thing. I wanted sample, right?
I still don't even really know what I want to do, and I'm over a decade past college. Barely though. It took me 8 years to get through college, and I'm not a doctor, but just a regular guy.
I mean, I don't think I know either. Like, I still feel like I'm fiddling with a bunch of different areas where I'm like, this is really cool, but I can't choose one. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree. Changes the spice of life, right?
Yep.
All right. So you
and
kept
then
on going, right?
Yeah, so then I moved on to the UK. I lived in London for a few years and did my master's there. And my master's was in like networking. It had nothing to do with my bachelor and nothing to do with what I do now. It was all like wireless networking and like low-level networking parts of the stack. And then I did. Yeah, sorry, good.
I said that's fun. Did you do a little Shannon's theorem? Was that was your master's? Was seeing how much of a pipe could get filled?
It was a little bit of that, and then a little bit of the thing I was looking at in particular was like Wi-Fi interference. Like, what happens if you run lots of Wi-Fi networks and just like send shit tons of traffic through each one? How much worse do they get compared to one another? That was interesting.
Answer is
It's pretty bad.
Yeah,
It's really bad.
Is it an exponential curve to 100, or like an inverse tangent curve, or is it a logarithmic curve?
So it ends up being logarithmic because they end up sort of sharing towards the end. But it also depends on how close they are in channels in the Wi-Fi spectrum. But this was also like back before like Wi-Fi N and MIMO and stuff. So everything is probably better now, but also the future is shit, so it's probably broken.
Sorry about that. All right, anyways.
No,
back to
you're fine.
networking.
Don't worry about it.
I just used some wireless networking right there.
And it somehow worked.
I know it somehow worked. There's not a lot of interference here. I live in South Dakota. You know, just the radiation from birds mostly is the only kind of radiation that we get around here. And I've intentionally removed.
Isn't the current consensus the birds aren't real though?
Yeah, they're robots, government spy drones. So that's the radiation, right? They're admitting some
so
sort of
they
race.
presumably interfere a lot with your Wi-Fi and wireless connectivity.
That's why Wi-Fi always sucks when you see a swarm of birds. It's a fact.
That's
well-known
right.
fact.
As we all know.
Yeah. I mean, I've known that for years, even before I realized that they're spy drones.
But
it's a logarithmic suckness.
So after my master's, I actually did I did a research project also in London on indoor localization, which was actually a little creepy. Or creepy is the wrong word, but so the research project was, can we use, like, if you have multiple Wi-Fi routers, like think, basically any public space, can we use it to triangulate where the sender of the Wi-Fi signal is? And we were able to build a thing that like tracked you indoor in real time without you noticing down to about 23 centimeters.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I can imagine that would definitely happen, and it probably is already happening constantly all the time.
Yep. And there was a point, so during that research, like we published a paper on it and stuff, and there was a point I remember where there were like people from the British government who came in to like check on our research. I was like, this is weird.
Anyone from the US government as well?
No, but then again, would I know if there were?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's super sus. Oh my goodness. I mean, the reality is that none of that should be super shocking in the sense that, the constant extraction of information that you give off freely that you don't realize is just going to always be done. And who knows how much stuff actually goes into these hardware. I mean, I've heard many stories where people can't identify stuff in hardware you buy. We're not allowed to plug in devices just freely onto the network at Netflix because, like, stuff just starts happening. We have some trusted list of devices. Like, it's a weird world out there. A lot of communication.
I mean, I'm sufficiently paranoid about this stuff that I have, like, a little, I think it's called, like, a USB condom. So it's this, like, little red device that you plug into USB ports in, like, airplanes and stuff, and then you plug your cable into that, and it only allows power through and no data.
Oh,
because I don't trust devices.
Oh, I never even thought about that. But yeah, why not, right? Why couldn't it do stuff?
Oh yeah, no, it's
Oh my
it's
goodness.
terrifying. Like there are some really interesting security hacks that are basically like you plug in a device over USB, and the
Oh, no.
host device exploits your device, and then leaves like a little rootkit there, so the next time you plug it into your computer's fucked. Yep. That was my first
my
reaction.
anxiety levels just went up 5%. Right, I can
Yep.
feel it at this very moment. Now I'm gonna go buy a bunch of condoms,
USB
condoms.
condoms.
Do they come in USB?
Just don't get real ones. That's not gonna help you.
Yeah, but so because I don't use magnums anymore with USBs. I'm all about the USB-C. So do they have like mini condoms, bigger cots for them?
You know, that's a good question. I only have them for USB-A, but
Okay.
I should get one for USB-C. But
Yeah.
you know, when are airlines gonna give you USB-C? That's not gonna be for like 20 years.
That's true.
They don't upgrade their stuff.
Will already be on USB-D. Have you heard of the USB-C?
USB-B?
Yeah, USB-C.
Or do you mean USB-PD? That's also a thing.
Yeah, I just looked at it. Okay, anyway, it was missed, but it's okay. Don't worry about it. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I need to get into these nuts joke at least once missed. All right, got
No,
it.
that's good. That's
Yeah.
good. I like it.
All right, anyway, so you did research, you were able to triangulate people, and then you stopped there. Was that the end of your collegiate
Yeah, because
career?
I was interested in other stuff. Like as part of that work, I did like GPU acceleration and like multi-threaded stuff to be able to compute this stuff real time. And I was like, that stuff is cool, like concurrency and data structures and algorithms. So
Yep.
I should do distributed systems, which like my next conclusion. I don't know why.
That kind of
and
makes
then
sense. It's a natural jump.
yeah, and so I ended up at MIT at the Parallel and Distributed Operating Systems group, where I got to do research on that kind of stuff. And that was really fun, but also like a very long 6 years of constant studies. But that was really fun. I built this basically a database in Rust that is, the basic take of it is it knows your query, so you tell it about your queries ahead of time, and it like creates this big program that's running continuously and computes the results of your queries sort of proactively, so that
Okay.
when you do queries, they do go super fast rather than having to compute on every read.
Is this just
It
a
sort of
bunch of
shifts
macro
the query
magic?
load from write to read.
You have to like compile it ahead of time. You give it your query. You give it your effectively your SQL. I call it squeal. You give it your squeal, and then
Ally has been slain.
then you compile your program, and then you launch that program. Is that what happens, or is it more runtime?
You don't have to fully like pre-compile. You basically run it as like a little program, almost like a cache between you and the database. So
Okay.
it can be mostly transparent to your application. But you give it your squeal, and it internally constructs the appropriate data flow to compute the results as the data changes.
Okay, awesome. I like that. That's actually pretty clever. Did it pick up any steam? Did it go anywhere? Do I know the name of it? Are you about to just
So
drop?
the research project was called Noria, and it got a decent amount of attention from like the Rust community and the database community. I didn't take it anywhere further, although I helped co-found a company called ReadySet that are now like making it a real product that you can
Okay.
like run in production. The thing I built was more of like a research prototype to like demonstrate that this is possible. But it turns out, the delta between I can run it on my systems for a research paper and I want to run it in production and have real users use it. There's like a pretty big gap.
Yeah, it's like the last 20%, right? That's all it is.
Yep.
Just a
The
little
last 20% that takes 80% of the
Yeah,
time.
just that last little bit. That's actually pretty awesome. And so you were able to kind of get this going, some other companies running with it. Were you actually able to see real gains? Did you do real research, or did you it was a little bit canned research in the sense that you're like, look at how great this data looks?
No, also, I tried really hard to make it be a real thing. Like,
Okay.
one thing that bothers me a lot about academia, especially computer science, is that it's so easy to build a thing where, like, theoretically, I can show that this is 100 times faster on
Yeah.
appropriate workloads.
Yeah.
And I wanted this to be like, A, it should be a thing that other people can run, and B, it should actually matter for real applications.
Yeah.
So what I did was I reached out to the people who run Lobsters, which is like it's sort of like Hacker News,
Okay.
but it's open source. And I got in touch with the admins there and got access to like statistics over all of their like access loads and data distributions and stuff. And then I built a workload generator that like generates page loads and SQL queries appropriate to what the real site does. And then I ran that against, just regular MySQL and MySQL with Memcached and with MySQL. And it's like 10x faster,
Nice. Okay, that's really
which
cool.
is, it's pretty substantial.
No, that's very, very substantial because database becomes very quickly a bottleneck. Because those joins get very confusing very, very quickly,
Yep.
and it just blows everything up.
Also, it was like a combination, right? So I wanted it to be faster, but I also wanted, there are all these applications out there where people have like hand-rolled their own caching logic. And
Yeah.
it's a massive pain to maintain, right? This is like thousands of lines of like complex.
I wrote Falcor,
Stuff.
so I know all about this. That was a JavaScript side caching library that would make these HTTP requests. If you've seen the meme where the person gets 200 back and then they open it up
Yep.
and it says error inside of there,
Yep.
I literally was one of the originators of the said meme. And it is very,
Yep.
very, very painful. Caching is extremely
Sucks.
hard. And
Yep.
someone always inevitably, when it comes to caching, asks for this one thing, which is the worst thing. I want to set something into the cache that when you set it in, it is immediately invalidated except for this request. By like some sort of zero time life caching thing, and you're just like, dude, Why are you asking for this? It
Yeah, why are
always
you
happens.
using this way?
I know, every time. It's just gonna ruin my life. You're literally ruining my life with that question. And so yeah, that was
Yeah, my other favorite is people who want to cache things that will never remain valid. Like stuff where you like cache a query where you're then immediately going to do a write that invalidates the cache.
Yep.
Like it's just, there was no reason to cache it in the first place.
You
Makes
see it
no
all the
sense.
time. Can I tell you one fun story about Netflix and
Yeah, go for it.
Valcorp? So if you get anything about Valcorp, effectively what it was, you can imagine an array of like strings, and each one of those would be an index into the object. It could be a symlink, so that way you can you can have the live free die hard referenced a bunch of times. So just imagine a file system, symlinking and all that. And so you can make these requests to servers. Say you give it a long path and the path doesn't exist, but you don't know where in the path it doesn't exist. You don't want to overwrite or destroy symlink. So what we do is we'd add an extra little option called materialize at the end of it, which would go, the server would go, okay, this path doesn't exist here. I'm going to send you back the cache fragment that you need to insert into your path. That will be stored, and so you will know that you haven't broken it. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to think about this. I'm going to play with it. And everyone, they made it. It was fantastic, all that. And then I started thinking about, like, what does that actually do? And so I wrote a query that effectively looked like foo, 0 through 100, 0 through 100, 0 through 100, 0 through 100, bar, materialize. And I took down all of staging, all of tests, all of integration with a single small script. And I was just like, hey, I could take down entirely Netflix. And there is no path forward. You cannot revert this change because it has been in for years. And it was like Netflix had they called it a repulsive grizzly attack. I could just permanently shut down Netflix. And that's all I'd have to do. And so it took us 2 years to fix this bug. It was like the most egregious bug ever. And it was introduced by me also.
Yep.
I mean, both identified it and introduced it. But, it feels really good to know that I could have destroyed Netflix permanently.
Yep. It's awful when you find those bugs where you're just like poking around and you're like, I took down production.
I know, you're like, oh shit. And it's all with caching? Dang it. How did I ruin it with caching? This is the worst. This is supposed to be the best thing.
Yep. No, the problem is anytime the server does something on behalf of a user, it's bad.
Yeah.
Which is what servers do all the time, which means the servers are bad. But
Servers
of course,
are
we have
inherently
nothing better.
problematic, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so you've done all that, and then now you've sold off your little piece of software or gave it away or whatever you did, and then now you're going into the real world, I assume, at this point? Quote-unquote real world?
Yeah, so that was the plan. So my girlfriend got me this mug, which I'm very happy about. It just says fucking done. And you can see this with the reflection.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. So I got that, and I was like, okay, it's time to return to the real world now.
Yeah,
And so I joined AWS back in November 2020. Like, basically, I had 1 day off in the midst of it.
Man,
Because
you didn't put any...
COVID pandemic, whatnot.
Yeah. You were already at home all the time, so you're like, well, might as well be on a keyboard at this point.
Yep. And like, it's not like I can take a vacation. Like, what am I supposed to do?
No.
Yeah, exactly. And then
You could have come to South Dakota. We could have rode bikes.
would that have been a nice vacation? Is South
Grizzly
Dakota
bears.
nice?
First off, I live there, so it's fantastic.
Those are not the same.
Second
you
off-
living there does not mean it's nice.
It is very, very nice. Okay, it rains regularly. We get water. There's hills.
Oh, I love rain.
Yeah,
it does
I know.
not rain here. This is a desert.
You're in the Bay?
I'm in LA.
Oh, you're
It's
in
even
LA,
worse.
the even worse version of the Bay. You get no rain, plus you get clouds that don't actually contain rain, just too much people. That's what it contains.
Yep.
Ew. Yeah, it's a breath of fresh air. You might say. Anyways, yeah.
I feel like South Dakota would remind me more of home.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's hilly with some rocks. It's not super mountainous, but yeah. Okay. So, anyways, you joined AWS. You've been doing distributed systems now for quite some time, so you're probably feeling pretty fresh. But now you're entering into the real world. Was there like some oddities? Like, what did you find them to be the most kind of like shocking or culture shocking for you? Because now you're in a real work environment, if you will. Real.
You know,
work, yeah.
it's yeah. Is anything ever real?
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting because when I joined AWS, initially I was like, I'm going to do distributed systems there, sure. But that's not actually what I ended up joining to do. Instead, what I joined to do is work on the build for Rust at AWS. So I'm not even doing distributed systems, even though that's AWS's big thing and that's my background. But just no.
Okay, that's pretty good though. So how has that been? Because obviously getting, I assume getting Rust, getting build systems, especially like, I work at a big company, changing how something is done is exceptionally painful. It's not only is it half the time political, it's also just, there's just also, it's not inept isn't the right word, but maybe apathy towards change as well. And so how's that, how is that?
You know, it's weird because on the one hand, it can be very, it can be a bit of a slog to get anything changed because you're sort of you're at the bottom of the build graph, right? So any change you make has this like outsized impact. So it can be frustrating because you need to really make sure that the changes you make aren't going to break something out there. But on the other hand, it means that you have this like force multiplier effect, right? Where if I make an improvement, I can make the lives of everyone using Rust at AWS better, and then they will make everything else better in return, right? So yeah, there's a change like early on that I made that reduced like clean build times by 30 seconds or something, Which
long are
like
these build times?
doesn't matter if something takes an hour to build, but if
Yeah.
it takes a minute to build, 30 seconds is a lot.
So how long did it take to build?
Well, so it depends, right? It depends on whatever, like, because I vend the build tool, the challenge is how fast does the thing I build their stuff? And that depends on the size of their stuff. But for a lot of it is like, you know, people picking up Rust or experimenting with Rust on their team, and they're like, why does this thing take 40 seconds to build? And the answer was 30 of the seconds was spent on stupid shit that the build tool shouldn't be doing,
Nice.
right?
Okay.
And,
Nice.
and so cutting that time made a huge impact to the
Yeah.
productivity of everyone using Rust, which is a very cool thing to be able to do, right?
Yeah, you're
So
probably
that's like the
compiling
flip
faster
side.
than TypeScript at that point. You're producing a compiled language faster than an interpreted language is being
Yeah,
reinterpreted.
and everyone knows that Rust compile time are always great, right?
Always
so
great.
that's
It's well
yeah.
known. Everybody knows that. It's safe.
It's safe, and it's always fast for everything. And
Always
it's
fast.
always the right answer.
Always the right answer. Definitely never been any problems with it. All right, so
No,
so you've been doing that. What are the hard parts I find being on these types of teams? That you make a decision early on that feels like the right decision to make at the time, but then it ends up being like a forced negative multiplier. Have you ran into any of these things where you've made decisions that you wish you would have been like, oh my goodness, if I could just go back?
Well, so I'm actually in a slightly different position in that when I came in, there was already a build system that was developed by a sort of community of excited Rust people internally. Like there wasn't an official build tool, but there was like one made by the Rust community internally. And you know, it was really good compared to many of the other build tools, but it committed me to every decision that build tool had made. And so it's not so much that I wish I could take back my own decisions as I wish I could take back some of theirs.
Yeah, no, I get that.
But what has been exciting though is the Rust community internally are just really passionate about using Rust, and so
Really,
they're
they
very
are?
engaged as a community.
I actually have met
Yeah.
very, very few people that are passionate about using Rust.
Down.
That's a good point. Yeah, I think the AWS people are probably outliers
Okay.
and probably just weird because no one in the real world cares.
Yeah, no one does. And
Yeah.
you know, it's not like, I mean, I'm sure the Stack Overflow survey that says the most loved language was just the AWSers filling it
yeah.
out.
Yeah,
With
of course.
distributed power of AWS.
That's exactly right. Utilize the Rust Evangelism Strike Force is really just all of the AWS Rust users.
Yeah, that makes sense. That
Yep.
makes perfect sense. All right, so you know, there's things in this tool that are difficult, all that. You know, I've heard a lot about Amazon. If it's a fine, we can keep on going down this route. But I've heard a lot about Amazon. How was the effort you had to put in? Did you find that it was easy to kind of balance your life with what Amazon expects?
Yeah, you know, one thing that's weird about Amazon internally is that it's a lot of fairly disjoint teams. Like it almost feels like there's a bunch of startups that are like loosely connected. Like if I want something from another team, it's really more like a sort of customer relationship, right? Where I ask them for something and they might just say, no, fuck off, right? Like it's just not, it's not the sort of the normal like tightly coupled architecture. And this also means that teams vary a lot between one another. And I think I was very lucky with the team I ended up on because I've been given a lot of sort of flexibility and leeway to sort of do things my own way. Like I don't feel much pressure in terms of like having to work more or anything like that. Quite to the contrary, I feel like there's a lot of trust in I know what needs to be done. Like I have the expertise in the area I'm working in, and I know how to best use my time. And so what matters is, do I deliver like in corporate speak value to my customers, as in the internal Rust users? That's all that really matters. If I started to like lag on that metric, then of course there'd be consequences. But in general, there's like not a lot of hand holding or micromanagement at all.
Follow-up question. Since your customers are highly motivated, highly loving, highly opinionated, but also like, they're using Rust, they're very, very pleased. Do you find that it makes your job easier that you have people that are so invested in, or does it make your job harder that every single decision receives its own pre-built bike shed with all the colors of the rainbow paint on it?
It's a little bit of both. Although I would say, on the whole, there's been a lot of, I think, confidence and excitement about me sort of taking on the effort, because previously what they had was community supported. So everything was a long-running discussion where nothing got decided, and ultimately no change was made because no one had the time. And now, I can actually contribute like full-time resources to build this thing and making it better. So far there's been a lot of like, just go, just do, make everything better, just do it. Every now and again we sort of get bogged down in discussions, but on the whole, it's been pretty pleasant.
Okay. What about, how does that, do you have like more people working with you? Is it just you doing this kind of monumentous effort, or have you been able to get a team or create a vision around it?
So it used to just be me. So for the first year and a half, it was just me. And then now, very recently, we've hired into my team. So we recently hired 2 people. And one of them is Tim McNamara, who wrote Rust in Action, which has been really cool.
That's the first book I read on Rust, was that one.
So the 3 of us are now like the ones doing that work. And you know, it does make a huge difference whether you are one person or more than one person.
Yeah.
Like currently, I've sort of been in this mode, right, where for the past year and a half, anytime there's a fire, which you know is a lot of the time.
Yeah.
I have to be the one working on it, which means I can't do other things. And now finally there are multiple people, and so we can like spread the fires out.
Nice. Okay. So it's making things easier. You're moving faster. So you've done a lot of Rust. Obviously, you're even doing it professionally, helping people do that. What are some of the biggest pitfalls you're seeing with Rust, kind of in the more production setting? Because there's obviously a lot of jokes that go around, and one of the most popular phrases are there's languages that everyone complains about and languages that aren't used. Right? I think it goes something like that. That was the creator of I believe said that. I didn't want to say such derogatory terms.
It does make me
triggered. Yeah,
thank you.
You're welcome. I'm sensitive too. I understand.
Yeah.
So what are some of the big pitfalls? What are the things you're seeing that Rust is going to have to address, or is it community culture that has to address some of these things?
You know, in some sense, my answer is there are a lot, and I think the question is, you know, to what extent are they surmountable obstacles? Because for you know the language you mentioned previously, we have this problem where many of the problems are at this point not reasonable. Like they're so baked into everything that fixing them isn't really feasible. For Rust, I think there are some things that are problematic, but I think in most of them we can sort of see some light in the distance for how we might get through them. I think the top contenders are asynchronous Rust, like the story there, and this is arguably obvious. This is what everyone thinks about.
Yeah.
But there are challenges there around sort of fundamental disconnect between what Rust sort of promises and what we deliver. Because Rust is supposed to promise that if it compiles, it runs, or some variant of that. And that is true for a lot of Rust code, but for async Rust, there are a bunch of cases where that just isn't true. And I think that rubs a lot of people the wrong way, but rightfully so.
Can you give us an example? What do you mean by that? I'm kind of curious about that. Can you just talk
Sure.
about just mutex deadlock, or what are we talking?
So there was a pretty good blog post on this by Nico Matsakis a while back, but basically, one of the things that comes up a lot is a problem called async cancellation. And the basic idea is, imagine that you have a future that is, say, reading from a network socket. And you have a different future, and it's like trying to parse a JSON object from it or whatever. And you have another future that's like waiting for a timer, or waiting for whatever. Let's say timer. So you do like a selection between the two, and whichever happens first, you're gonna work on that. Then you do some stuff, and then you loop, and you do it again.
Yeah.
So the problem is that imagine you have to select, and you end up going into the timer timeout branch. Then the other future might have read some bytes, but not enough bytes to parse the JSON object. But that means they've been taken out of the TCP stream. So when that future gets dropped and you do the work related to the timeout and you loop around again and you try to reparse the TCP stream, you've now lost some of the bytes.
Yeah.
Right? Because they were in the future that were dropped. And so now that is just broken forever. It's never going to get the initial part of that JSON object again, or whatever it's going to.
Wouldn't that be the same problem though in all languages? You could imagine the same thing with even JavaScript, right? If you had frequent input that has some sort of nature, which you're just reading from a raw JSON socket, you have no guarantee on when it's happening. And if you only read the first 10,000 bytes, you have a timeout.
The big difference is that in Rust, futures they only do work when you hold them, like when you await them.
Yeah.
And so, whereas in JavaScript, like with the promises, the future is always running in the background. It never actually gets canceled. So when you go around again, you're basically going to be awaiting the same promise, and it has been allowed to continue running. It never drops.
Okay.
And so this is like a very subtle problem for async Rust code. And it's not one that you run into a lot, but when it happens, it's extremely counterintuitive and hard to debug.
Okay.
And this is something the language should be guarding you against, and we just don't quite know how.
Yeah, because it's very hard to understand the intent, because there could be the intent that you don't want to read anything, if it didn't complete. Give it again, right?
Yeah, or it could be that you intend for that future to actually like only consume things from the TCP stream in like amounts that you know will constitute a full object, right? Like who knows what the intention was, but the reality is that when you try to write code like this, your code is just gonna panic, like it's not gonna work.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's definitely not a trivial problem. I'm very curious if you can even solve it. What are some other ones? Because that's a fairly subtle one that I think the 99% aren't gonna run into, at least as far as I can tell, right?
Well, it's tricky, right? Because the challenge arises whenever you do something like a select. And so where this really bites you is, you know, in your application code, you have a selection between two things that seem entirely unrelated. And then somewhere deep down the hood, one of them reads from a TCP stream. Then this might actually affect your application much farther up the stack.
Okay.
Right? So it's one of those things where it might just bite you out of nowhere. And that's...
Okay.
But to take another example, okay, so something else that is annoying about async, that is much more user visible, is the lack of async functions. Right? So if you have a trait, you can't write an async function. It just doesn't work.
Isn't there some sort of macro right now that allows for async traits?
Yeah, so there's a crate called Async Crate that's written by David Foley, who makes a lot of stuff ecosystem. And what it does is basically turn async fn into just a regular function that returns a boxed connection. And that generally works. The big downside with it is that it has to do a heap allocation for every feature. And that's usually fine for like high-level applications, but imagine you writing something like, at one point I wrote an implementation of the MySQL binary protocol. And so I had a trait that represented reading a byte from the connection, reading a U32 from the connection.
Yeah.
And if every single read of a U32 goes through a heap allocation and deallocation, that's not okay anymore.
Yeah, that quickly gets out of control.
And this gets back to, again, like Rust's promise is this like zero cost, high performance business. And when we have this primitive that just doesn't support that, very low in the stack, it propagates all the way up, and you see all these high costs that shouldn't need to be there.
Is there an actual path forward on these async traits, or is it kind of just like a baked into the cake?
No, there is. So this is. Let me see if I can dig up this. So Nikomatakis has a blog called Baby Steps, and it's on smallcultfollowing.com, which I think is a fantastic, great domain. And in particular, he has a sort of blog post series on basically how do we solve this problem? How do we get async fn in traits? How do we get async drop? All of that stuff. Let me see if I can dig that up. And
yeah, if you dig it up, please throw it in the chat. People will see it on the YouTube video right here. And so yeah. Just paste it in. Ooh, it looks like a rocker. We got it. Is it?
Yeah, and then the other one here is a study specifically of async cancellation.
Okay, cool. These are two good ones that you should probably go and check out, huh?
Yeah, they're great, especially if you're like curious about these problems and the ways in which Rust itself, like Rust as a language, might change in order to support them. These are really good write-ups.
Is Rust, so C++ obviously one of its big problems.
Hey.
Oh my goodness. I mean, next thing you know, I'm gonna be saying code, all that kind of stuff, like right here on stream. I know.
I can't even. I'm
sorry. Do we need to just cancel this right now?
Yeah, can you just like wipe the last and then we'll just go back and...
Okay. So with C++, obviously it's weighted under all the decisions it's been making for a long time. Is Rust, because I know I've read that they're keeping a lot of compatibility and all that. Is there any, will they break compatibility to make things better in the future, or is that just a simple no?
It's a little bit of a complicated question because on the can it says no.
Yeah.
So the stated stance of Rust is we will not make breaking changes. And I think that will remain true for the foreseeable future and possibly forever. But there's this like sneaky loophole around this bit with additions, right? So with Rust additions, they have a way of saying you can opt into breaking changes. And that allows them to do some things that are, kind of not backwards compatible, but it required an explicit opt-in for the time.
Does there come a point where everyone opts in and you just have to break it, or are they going to forever have it? That seems
that's one of the things that's neat, is that this opt-in mechanism is per crit. So if you opt in, I can still use you even if I didn't opt in.
Okay.
Which means that it's actually okay. But for like the best example I can think of here is there's a discussion about whether we should have lazy cell or once cell in the standard library. I don't know if you know what these are.
I don't know quite what they are. I've used one cell once, but I think I just was copying and pasting code, and I'm not super into the cell area as it is. But I haven't got to that level of rustationing. But
yeah, that's fine. There's basically a discussion of there are these two crates in the ecosystem that provide a similar kind of functionality, but in slightly different ways. And one of them has sort of landed in the standard library, and they're trying to figure out that they should replace it with the other approach. And there's a lot of discussion of should we remove the old one because we know it's bad, or should we just mark it as deprecated and keep it forever? And there's a lot of discussion about is this right or is it not? And I don't think we have a good answer to it. The thread is over here. So like I do think the Rust language has some of these where things are considered mistakes and they can't really be. They can only be fixed at additions, or some things just cannot be fixed. There is, in fact, on the Rust issue tracker, there is a tag specifically for issues that we wish we could fix but we can't. Let me see if I can. There's like a wish list for Rust 2.0, which is basically issues that will never happen. Yeah, Rust 2 breakage wish list.
If you were, quote unquote, more in charge, did you make these breaking changes? Do you see that there's a problem with that?
No, and the answer is because I think backwards compatibility is very important to sustain the language. I think maybe one day we could get away with it, but that day is not now. Like, look at something like Python 2.16.
Yeah,
Right?
I
That hurt Python's
still there.
credibility a lot, but Python was super popular at the time, much more so than Rust is now. And so it sort of survived that change, even though, you know, there's still a big split in that ecosystem. I don't think Rust can afford to do that right now.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because just a language frustrating curve as it is to get into a point of proficiency, which, I mean, even I still don't consider myself like greatly proficient with it. But even with that, if you were to break things and then I'd have to relearn, it would just feel even more frustrating on top of it. That I could see myself being like, you know, just go with go. It's just easier. You're gonna always, you're gonna win.
You know, I think the even bigger issue is actually around teaching, where, you know, the way most people program is they run to a problem, they look it up, they go to Stack Overflow, they copy paste it. And that is a workflow that we want to support as a language, right? Because if we did a breaking change to the language, you might do that, copy paste the code, and then it doesn't work, even though it used to work. And it doesn't work because, you know, something in the syntax has changed. And that is a major barrier to people just being able to cobble together a working program. And it hinders a lot of experimentation, right?
So I guess, you know, I see this all the time, which is that there's a lot of very popular libraries that you could argue are more used by more people that do make breaking changes all the time that people have to either stick with the old version or burn down and rebuild. And so, like, is this notion within a language, do you think it's going to keep on going, or do you think that the younger crowd, say all the people in the TypeScript world who are like, well, I was on React 16, I'm on 18, and I have to break all these things, and I'm completely different, and oh, this was bad, and once, you know, was use effect was the greatest thing ever, use effect now completely got fast, you never use it, right? Like, you know, is there a group of people coming up that this argument doesn't make much sense?
So I think there's a difference between the argument not making sense and people being used to it, right? I do think this is something people are getting used to, is like you have to deal with breaking changes, or if you're a vendor, you know that you're going to have to do breaking changes. And so they might be used to that coming into it. But I think breaking the language is fairly different from breaking a library, right? Because the language affects everyone, whereas the library only affects a very small number of people, or compared to the total set, right? Like if there's a breaking change to Tokyo, right, the asynchronous runtime, that affects a large proportion of Rust users, but not all of them.
Yeah.
And you know, whenever as a library vendor, what you want to think about when deciding whether to do a breaking change is, you know, how many users do I have? And that sort of dictates how often you can get away with making it. If half of Rust users use your thing, you should probably not do breaking changes more often than every like 4 or 5 years. But if there are 2 people using your thing, you can breaking changes all the time.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I get that. So you've been at Amazon now for almost 2 years, right? Am I correct on that?
Yep.
Yeah. And how long do you see yourself working there? Do you feel like you have too much skin in the game to ever leave? Like, what is it like? What is your future plans here?
No, not at all. In fact, you know, the reason I joined AWS in the first place was because it was a fairly unique opportunity. Like, there are not a lot of companies that have a position where you can work full-time on the Rust experience, right? Because for most companies, it doesn't make sense to have employees that just work on the language experience, right? You need them to work on products. If you have a smaller company, that's what you need. If you're a sort of mid-sized company, you might have one person, but you're not gonna have a team or an organization. And most of the bigger companies don't really have, you know, as much of an interest in Rust. Like Google doesn't have a Rust team in a meaningful sense.
They're pretty committed to Go, I hear.
Right. Which, you know, good for them. They can have it. It's fine.
They can go get it.
They can go get it. Yeah, exactly. Or go get it.
Yeah, whichever one.
But AWS and Meta, I think, are the only 2 companies that really have like Rust teams. And at the time when I was looking for work, Meta was not really hiring remotely, which was a non-starter for me. And AWS was the other one. And so for me, that was an opportunity to like really make a difference on the Rust ecosystem, both, you know, by enabling Amazon to adopt it more broadly, which I think is good for Rust, you know, just by getting more money, more adoption into the language. But also because it's a role where I could continue contributing to Rust. Like I can do Rust streams or Rust education and work on Cargo, work on Rust C as part of my job, and that makes me excited. I don't know that this will remain true forever, right? Like I think down the line, both there are going to be other companies where this is going to be possible, but also the language might get to a point where I'm like, okay, I feel like I've done like my part. Now I want to work on like product, or I want to work on a tool that is public, or for that matter, you know, it might get to a point where I want to just do full-time, you know, teaching and working on the open source that I've been doing out there. That's not feasible right now, but you know, however many years down the line, I think that is something that I would enjoy a lot. You know, as my experience has been too, I don't like to stick with the same thing for too long, because I think you you get sort of ground into this track where you stop being productive, but also you stop being what's the word?
Curious.
Creative or curious, yeah. And so like I worry about working on this internal Rust build system for so long that I get sort of single-minded in what it should be doing.
Yeah.
And I want to give it over to other people.
Yeah, it becomes very easy to get abstracted from what it's actually like doing something. And then you start coming up with these ideas that feel really good and they appear very good on paper, but then, the people using it are like, dude, this is just missing lately. It's just not good.
Yeah, and I think build tools in particular has this problem because you think you know what's best for the build tool, but if you're not building anything with it, how do you know what the important things are? Right? You need to have conversations with the people using your thing, or ideally be one of them.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement. I've just recently ranted about my feelings of non-coding architects. That it's all in the same kind of vein or nature.
Oh yeah,
where it's just the abstraction from reality can cause really like long-term, hard and difficult, consequences for it.
Yeah, and I do certainly also worry that the longer you're at, especially one of the big companies, the more you become the person who knows how stuff works. And so you end up getting looped in more in terms of like writing docs or reviewing code because you know how the pieces fit together. And so you shouldn't waste your time on that coding stuff, right? That's not a feeling I have right now at all, but it is something where I could totally see that becoming true at some point, and I would want to avoid that at all costs. I love coding too much.
Yeah. I think that's a good mentality. I mean, because some people do like those kind of things, but I don't feel, especially in our maybe this moment in time in tech, a lot of it is at least in the Valley, at least in the FANG companies, a lot you'll hear a lot about like up leveling. Mentoring always means going into management. Everyone's looking how to increase their impact, if you will, which often that is never emphasized or pointed to as one thing being great at coding, right? It's always communication. And I feel like you lose a lot of this momentum because you just have a whole group of people who could make awesome change. It's just there's no encouragement to be in that position. Is that true?
I think
at
one
Amazon?
of the reasons, one of the reasons why it's hard, and I've found this myself too, both in academia and in my current position, is it's really hard to articulate for the size of your impact when that impact is indirect. Right? If you work on, S3, you can say I made this change and it saved the company $1 billion, right? Like you have like direct measurements. Whereas for me, if I say I saved half a second on every invocation of cargo at the company, that matters a lot for things like IDE experience for builders, but I can't really say how much it matters in dollars or engineering hours or happiness of people using Rust. So it's very hard for me to demonstrate the impact, even though I know the impact is big.
Yeah, because even if people are using it, they may not even realize, they may not even actually perceive the benefits of that change. It may be a slight incremental kind of perception type issue, which ultimately they're just having a better, they're having a better experience overall, but they have no one way to contribute it to, any one thing. It's a difficult thing. Teaching, at least you have the benefit of putting things out there in which people either repeat or expand upon. So I always feel like teaching, you have a leg up sort of, because, you can have catchphrases like blazingly fast, and then blazingly fast, every library has the term, like there is kind of a teaching emulation moment in that, which is, people follow and you can at least measure something with that.
That's true. Although, again, let's say I wanted to articulate or try to argue for, I should spend half my time on just doing teaching stream at AWS. I think it might be a good use of my time because, as you say, one of the things that's challenging about picking up Rust is there's so much to learn. It's hard to really grok the details. You need there's just a lot of stuff that someone needs to teach you. And I think I could do that. The question is, how do I argue that this is worth it? How can I demonstrate that this shortens the time to learn Rust for the majority of teams looking to adopt Rust at AWS? If I do public streams on Rust, the connection is so weird and convoluted and indirect.
Yeah, it's also a 5-year connection, right? As you start teaching, as you start doing these things, people are going to go off, and there's going to be this long tail of learning, and eventually Rust or Amazon's going to receive maybe a 5% lift in applications that say Rust is one of their primary languages, right? But that's such a long play, and someone has to be committed to being like, hey, engineer, I'm going to pay you a very handsome salary to go do something in which we'll have zero benefit for years on end, and we don't even know if it's going to benefit us. We're just assuming it could.
Yep. I mean, this is one of the reasons why I said earlier that I feel lucky about the team that I'm on, because I do feel like my sort of leadership chain buys into this long-term vision, right? Like I'm in the builder tools organization at AWS, which is an organization that's made to support the builders with the understanding that is an important thing to do, right? So I do feel like I'm able to make some of those arguments without having, the direct evidence, but it is very hard of an argument to make. And I think that's why this position doesn't exist at most companies. I think this is why, there are not a lot of people doing this full time. I wish it was easier, but I don't have a good way to do it.
Yeah, you're one of 2 people that I personally know that have been able to work themselves into a position more like this, where you get to spend at least some percentage of your time doing something that's not just directly impacting a product, which is very,
Yeah.
very interesting. So your team, it's expanding. Do you have open positions now? Can you get any of chat excited about potentials for applying? Being
We
on?
actually just did a big like hiring wave.
Mhm.
So we have the people filled that we could fill. So
Sag.
for the time
Sorry.
being, I don't have any. I know there's a bunch of like Rust positions at AWS more broadly, but not sadly specifically on the stuff that I'm doing. But that said, I think we're in a position where my team is going to continue to expand because I think we're like as Rust grows, right? You need more people to support the growing funnel of developers above us. So the moment I know of more, I will let everyone know.
Okay. Okay. Fantastic. And I guess the last question is that you have been leaning obviously into a lot of teaching, and you've even written a book. How has that been? Because that's obviously been a much different book. I've read a few of the Rust books at this point, and all of them are very pedantic. Would be a good term for them. Yours is very.
Handholdy?
I wouldn't even. I'm not sure if handholdy is the right term. I always give this as an example. The Rust in Action book, right? To show you like just the intro, like how easy multi-threading is in Rust, right? This fearless concurrency, right? Is I think the term he uses throughout it. But in the beginning, to show you that, there's 3 pages on Mandelbrot sets and a small section of code going into concurrency. There's effectively 0 explanation of what's actually happening, but you get mathed for pages. And it feels really, pedantic's not quite the right term. Potentially, if there was a version of religious piety, but in the math world, right? It
Yeah, I
feels
see
like
what
that
you
where
mean.
you're getting looked down on because you're like, oh gosh, yeah, I guess we're going to explain complex numbers now. Here we go. We're multiplying. Like it's not, it doesn't feel like I'm learning anything useful. I'm just simply seeing how smart someone is who wrote a book, and eventually I might get something out of it. Whereas I found your book, every page was consumable, right? Each page had something on it that I was like, oh, I'm taking something out of it, right? Not just getting, math explained.
Yeah, this was a long discussion I had with my editor and publisher for the book too of like, should you use more words here?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and it came up in various different guises, but in general, the sense was, not to pad out the book to just make it arbitrarily more pages, but more, this is very like harsh. This is very stark. There's not a lot of transitions. There's not a lot of, bringing people up to speed slowly. And I understand why many books do it because it makes it much easier or more comfortable to read the book. But for me, that's not what this was. This was intended to be, I already know what I'm doing. Like
Yeah.
I know the language, I know other stuff, and I just want to figure out how this thing in Rust works because it's weird or it's complicated.
Exactly.
And so I wanted to try to capture that mindset of I'm reading this not because I want to read a book. I'm reading this because I need an answer to why the fuck this is doing what it does. And so I wrote it that way, and it does mean that it ends up very punchy, like it goes from one point to another, and it
Yep.
makes it very dense. And I see that in some of the reviews too, right? Of people being like, "This is a very dense book," and it really is because that's sort of the intention.
Yeah.
But I do think that means that it is more useful for those who are looking for the deep technical dives as opposed to a walkthrough.
Yeah. One big thing that I really liked about it is like, even what's called like too many damn lists. That's another. I actually found that to be a very excellent article. But it's like it's inundated with a bunch of very beginner friendly sections. And so like I'm trying to zoom through these beginner friendly items, but then in the middle of one of those beginner friendly items is like that little piece of information. You're just like, oh my goodness, right? Like I just didn't know that the order of enums can cause some sort of null, optimization for this, right? Like, but I would have missed that because it's explaining enums, which are very trivial, and then explains some types. And you're like, yeah, keep going. Where's the actual thing? And you miss that one little bit that's like super informative. That's why I love this. Why I love the book is because it was just bits that were informative, right? I didn't have to battle through, okay, explain what a trait is for a long time. Show me examples of how to use an if statement, right? I get all that away. I want the meat.
I think what happened there was actually the sort of, I forget what it's called, like the curse of success or something, right? Where too many linked lists started out being very light on that kind of a side. Like there was very light on explanation. It was more like, here are the codes. And what happened was people were really excited about it if they felt as though it conveyed a lot of information. And so more and more people started linking to it in more and more context, including, hey, I'm interested in Rust, where do I start? Or I'm just trying to do a linked list in Rust to get started. And everyone linked to this article. And then you end up with more and more people looking at it that don't have the same technical background. And so you end up having to fill in more of the gaps so that it becomes an intro article as well.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess I
think
never
that's
thought
what
about
happened.
Yeah, because that's almost tragic in some sense that it became it addressed 2 audiences, right? And that's always the hardest thing possible. I'm happy you didn't take that approach. I mean, though I can understand why someone in a more beginner kind of position would find that to be very useful, but it just seems like it's really hard to do well to have something geared towards beginners and intermediates, right?
Oh yeah, it's you can't do it. I mean, I think in general you just need to know your audience when developing any teaching resource, but especially a book because the attention is like so tenuous at best, right? You need to make sure that people actually stay engaged, and you lose the beginners if you go into too much detail without the guiding in between, and you lose the intermediate people if you have lots of the guiding in between. There's no there's nothing in between those two.
Yeah.
But for me, like this tied back to the title of the book actually, where I had a long discussion with the publisher about what should the title of the book be, and it started up being like idiomatic Rust or
Classic
next
phrase.
steps for Rust, like that kind of stuff, which doesn't really mean anything. Like,
Yeah.
what does idiomatic mean?
Yeah, it means the beholder feels like
right.
this is the best way to do it. That's what it's
Right,
like.
exactly.
Yeah.
And so when I proposed Rust for Rustaceans, they were like, oh, but this is going to limit the audience of the book because people need to know what Rustation is to even know whether the book is for them. And I'm like, that's kind of the point.
Yeah.
That is intentional.
That's awesome.
Like, there's a group of people that I don't want to buy this book because it's not for them. They would just be confused.
Interesting. Since writing this book, have you received any hate for it? Have you had any like hard moments because of it? Because obviously there's a lot of people like me say, hey, this was a great experience. You did awesome on it. But have you had kind of the opposite where you've received more harsher words?
Not too bad. I have certainly had some. I think the harshest I've had, and this is arguably not very harsh, is that the book is just text. Like it is a giant, block of text, and there's a little bit of code in there, but ultimately it's a lot of text. And this book would have been good if it had more code examples, more diagrams, more illustrations.
Yeah.
And I understand that criticism. I don't disagree with it. I think, if I had more time that I put into writing it, or even maybe for a second edition or a third edition or whatnot, maybe I'll be able to put that in. But I think those things are less important. Yeah. Right? I think what the book wants to do is give you the hook, right? You can do all the following research yourself, but you can't discover things on your own quite as easily. I want to tell you that there is a thing called trait coherence. And this is roughly what it is. And then if you want more detail, go read about it in the other resources that exist.
Yeah. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. If you have an affiliate link for your own Rust book, throw it in the chat now. That way you can double dip into that sweet Amazon right now. That'd be sweet. Yeah, that'd be great. And John, where can we find you? Where do you normally kind of have an outlet for all the things you're working on, for updates? What's your favorite places?
So I generally hang out on Twitter. That's the place you'll find me.
And that's just John Who, right?
John Who.
Yep. I have you right here. There you go. Yep. I have your Twitch and your Twitter, which are named the same. John Who.
Amazing. Yeah, exactly.
Is it Who because no one can pronounce your last name?
It didn't start that way, but it has become that way.
John Who?
Which I think is great.
Don't worry.
Yeah, John Who. Who's this John guy?
Yeah.
And a lot of people assume that I'm Korean because of my username, which is funny because I'm very not Korean.
You don't strike me as Korean, at least.
Yeah. But I hang out a lot on Twitter, and I try to be fairly like high signal, low noise as an account.
Okay.
So like I do random Twitter threads about Rust or rants about Rust, and I don't do a lot of like weird other stuff. So that might be interesting. I do streams on Twitch and YouTube simultaneously, so you can catch me on either of those. Okay. And then all the uploads I do go to YouTube afterwards.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being a part of this. I had a lot of fun. Hopefully you had a lot of fun on this.
Yeah, it was great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I feel like I've learned more. I do need I still need to read over the async section in that book. That is my.
Yeah, I mean, if you read it and then go, this is all shit, just let me know and we can have another chat about that. Ooh.
I know. Can you believe that it just appeared in front of me?
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's lunchtime is what it is. So.
I believe that.
All
yeah,
right.
I gotta go eat too.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I had a great time.
Likewise. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So everyone in the audience, please go to his Twitch, go to his Twitter, give him a follow, and then make sure you say a lot of stupid things on the internet to him. That'd be great, right?
Yes, please do.
Yeah, please do.
turret has been destroyed. Shut down. Enemy double kill. been slain. Shut down. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. 30 seconds until minions spawn. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy is dominating. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Hey everybody, what's up? All right, so in this video, I just want to talk about when you get into that coding funk in your career where you may start doubting whether or not you want to be a programmer. It seems like it's pretty common in this industry. I read about like when developers have been doing this for about 10 years, a lot of them really burn out, and it might even be earlier than that. But we've even seen it with like YouTubers out there that were programmers and they gave up programming, or they say don't do programming for this reason or that reason. People just get pissed off, I guess, with the tribalism in the IT world, and really, you know, the lack of control, I think, the lack of autonomy that you might have in certain projects and teams and companies that you could be working for. Or it's like personal issues and you're just like, man, I don't feel like staring at this code all day long. I'd rather build something with my hands. You know, there's a lot of reasons it seems like we burn out, but my perspective on doing this now for 14 years professionally, and then longer than that if I think about dabbling around with programming, there were certainly times throughout my career where I definitely doubted whether or not I wanted to be a programmer anymore. Like I was ready to give it up, and other times I was like, maybe I should get into management so I can write less code. A lot of places when you become a manager, you tend to write less code and you're more about project management, human resource management. And having those IT skills are definitely imperative. But I've also seen companies where you don't even have to be an actual coder and you could still be managing coders from a managing or director position. And then as we know, once you get even higher than that, a lot of that, you know, you become really disconnected from the day-to-day code. The bottom line is that it seems like that is like a trajectory that is available to all of us eventually, like if we really want to go down that route. And the point of this video though is that I just want to, like, for anybody that's like struggling, that watches my channel, that you know, has been doing this years, and you're thinking about giving it up, or maybe you just still haven't had your opportunity yet. My perspective is that I'm very fortunate and grateful that I didn't give up whenever I had thought about maybe like changing career paths. I remember a time where I literally was going to try to be an analyst, like start doing like software analyst requirements gathering, and I would probably be rather decent at that. But my true passion has been for coding, but sometimes that passion fades away a little bit at times. But one thing I'll say though, from my perspective, is that you just simply code your way out of it. There will be times that you don't know what's going on in the project and that you don't have control, and that maybe all your code reviews are being rejected for this reason. My experience is that if I just simply focus on the challenge and the problem in front of me, and I embrace it, and I look at this like, hey, I'm getting paid a lot of money to try to figure out this solution. How can I be a contributor to this team, to my manager? How do I make my manager look better? And ultimately, I mean, your job at a company is to make the higher ups better, right? It's to make the junior developers better. And that doesn't always mean that you're writing the best code, but you can still be a good contributor, a good team player. And from what I've seen, that when you do get into these funks of like, man, I just, you know, these code reviews are never getting, you know, through, I'm getting rejected for all types of reasons, and I just, you know, you start doubting whether or not you can do it. I think it's natural human tendency to doubt yourself. And for me, it's always best to just simply code my way out of it. And that can be with, you know, taking handwritten notes. I mean, that's something I've done when I've worked on projects where like I am just completely lost. I'll actually start writing handwritten notes, and I find that helps me for some reason. And other times it's simply that I need to do more networking and reaching out. As senior developers, I think we sometimes get into this slump where it's like, oh, I missed this meeting, and you don't even know you missed a meeting because you probably, you know, you were out of work or whatever, or you just simply missed a meeting, or you weren't paying attention because you were multitasking or whatever it might be. But you can miss the tiniest little bits and tidbits of information and be completely lost in the woods because, like, you don't have that one little tiny piece of information that would make, you know, what you're trying to work on make sense. So that is something I think that happens quite a bit in this field. And especially with the remote working from home, it's easy to miss certain pieces of information in meetings and not realize that you don't have all the requirements for something, or that you need to reach out to this team for something, or simply that you don't even understand the requirements because you miss certain pieces of pertinent information and maybe they're not in the mock-ups or the user stories or tasks that you're working on. The point being is that I think what's helped me in those situations is simply just understanding that, yeah, I'm a senior dev. Maybe I feel like I'm asking a question that is like rather junior or something that, you know, indicates that I wasn't paying attention or whatever it might be. It's not always that you weren't paying attention. It's sometimes that you weren't there. And then other times it might be because you weren't paying full attention. And that's just simply also human nature as well. It's difficult. I think, you know, the stats that I remember is like when you're in front of a classroom, you're only pretending, you're only containing about 10% of what you're hearing, right? And we like to talk more than we listen, and it is difficult to sit there and listen all day long, especially when you're multitasking. You got IMs flying off and emails and stuff like that. So that said, I think it's normal to not understand the requirements sometimes, and the best bet is to just simply reach out to your project owner, reach out to one of the team leads, reach out to junior developers, whoever it is. You hopefully have some sort of an idea of like who you should reach out to, and if you don't, simply reach out to somebody you trust, and then hopefully they'll point you into the right direction to figure things out. So that said, there are times that I've had in my career where I'm just like in this slump, and I'm not making those decisions to network and to reach out and to change my reality at the moment. Those have always been a mistake, you know, because the longer you procrastinate on something like that, to me, I find it much more difficult to climb out of the slump. Embrace your challenge, embrace going to work. I think you'll find that in your career, there will be times that things aren't going as well as you'd like. But if you simply code and focus on minute details to change your trajectory and just change the way things are going, because most of the time, like if you're not taking the notes and you're not listening and you're not networking and reaching out and you're not writing code and actually just pushing your way through these problems, then they start to stack up. So what I've seen though is as soon as I take initiative and I really start doing those things, then everything just starts to get better. I start to feel better about my career and the company I work at and like my worthiness and all of that stuff, and just life becomes much easier, much better. So my opinion is when you get into this coding funk, you do whatever you have to do that works for you to change that trajectory. And I think over the long haul, you will see that this is a career that you can do for a very long time. If you're learning to code, I recommend you check out my
Shut down. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy double kill. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Give me a business. Name something completely random. A record label. You want to start a record label. So, record label, what do you have? You have, this is completely on the fly, record label. So, let me wipe my board. This is completely on the fly, unprompted. We're testing my business genius for the Hustlers University. Let me clear my beautiful diagram here. Right, so how does a record label make money? Make. We have make and we have costs. So a record label makes money by selling records, correct? I've never run a record label, so I might be wrong. So you have to sell records. Now, a record label is a digital product, so it's actually harder than makeup, because how can you sell records you don't have? So what I'd be looking to do first thing is test my distribution channels. So cost, you need to find records you can instantly supply, unlike a makeup company. So you need to find artists which are, I wouldn't say struggling, but there's certainly, you need to go out there and find some artists which don't want money up front. So you need to work out some kind of commission deal with artists and say, look, we're gonna give you X amount on the basis of the sales. So you have to find, we're gonna put broke boys. Because it doesn't, you know what, at this point, especially with a record label, although you need good quality artists to have a good reputation as a record label, if you have shit ones at the beginning, it doesn't really matter. If you have some shit ones and you sign Rihanna later on, is anyone gonna be like, oh, they have Rihanna now, but 3 years ago they had that crap band no one's heard of. They ain't gonna care. It's not gonna damage your reputation. So at this point, you can just get broke boys. Get broke boys, offer them a commission deal to make to try and sell records. So let's say we're selling a record for £1. Let's say it's a 50-50 split, 50-50. Now you've got distribution channels. How are you gonna sell the records? Where are you gonna sell them? Apple Music, Spotify, whatever. You have to test the distribution channels, test them out. Test out an independent distribution channel. So let's say you do all the traditional distribution, traditional stuff. And let's say you want to try and sell some stuff independently. So let's say you start a website or you go on, is MySpace still even? Yeah, so there's a few other abstract ways you can try and sell money. You can try and sell records. Let's say through their own website or through SoundCloud, through some of the other ones. You can try some abstract methods. Now here's what I would do. I'm running a record label. I find broke boys. Broke boys agree to go a 50-50 split. I promise to sell loads of records. You have to promise. This is your job. I promise to sell fucking 100,000 records a month. A lot. This is what I do all the time. No big deal. 100,000 a month. Easy, easy, easy. I get them. I put them across all the distribution channels. I see how much we sell. If we don't sell any, do you know whose fault it is? The broke boys' fault. I'll come back to them and go, okay, well, yeah, we have 2 of your songs. It's not enough. People don't know who you are. We need to produce some content to raise your profile. I don't know if you guys have any videos of you performing live. We need more music we can put out there. And I will just continue to extract from the broke boys more videos, more songs, all for free, all based on a commission deal, and just put it out there. Speed, just like we said in #1. Like I said, I've never run a record label in my life. It's almost stuck in my head. Speed. Give me more, give me more, give me more. The more they produce, the more they give you, and the more you put out there, it doesn't matter. You sell a little bit of each. You're going to start to make money. Look at what we do, and what I do, all my different businesses. At this moment, I run CobraTape.com. I have the War Room, which is a business in itself. I have the webcam business. I have 2 YouTube channels. I have casinos. All I do, because it's just speed, scattergun. So in this kind of particular, if you're going to do a record label, you need to have as much as possible, video and music, that you can afford. When I say afford, a commission-only deal, just constantly put out speed on every single possible distribution channel. That's what you need to do. Then what you do is, when you have these boys everywhere, broke boys, the broke boy records, you have them everywhere, and you have tons of their stuff, then you can approach someone who's not, or a little bit better. The less broke boys. Less broke. Writing, because I'm writing at an angle. And when you go to the less broke boys, you can say, well, look at the broke boys. We've got them on Spotify, SoundCloud. They're on their own website selling. They're here. They're on iTunes. They're there. Look at this. This is some videos of them performing. Yeah, we use these for promotion. They're on this YouTube channel. They're on that YouTube channel. The less broke boys will be like, oh, these guys, they actually got them a lot of promo. What did you really do? All you did was extract it from these guys. Now the less broke boys might want to work with you. Maybe you don't give them, maybe there's a slightly better commission. Maybe they get 60, you get 40. Take their shit. Before you know it, you're going to have a catalog of stuff. So people go, who's this record label? You go, well, bang. And you type any of those bands in, and they flood the internet with things. Now you're a real record label. Now new bands, up-and-coming bands want to work with you. Just because the amount of promo you got, you put them everywhere. One of these up-and-coming bands might be the next big thing. Who knows? All I've done in this business model I don't know anything about record labels. All I've done is stick to my tenets of business. One, this is free. This is free. This is running a record label from your bedroom. Doing all this is some work on your computer, putting them on iTunes and making a website, whatever. That's all fucking free. Negotiate with the broke boys, you can do it at cost of coffee or a Starbucks. So this is a free business I've just given you. One, it's free. Two, we've prioritized money in. The first thing I wrote is how do we make the money? How do we make the money? We sell records. Okay, so we need this, we need this, we need this. Prioritize making money. And the third thing I did was speed, quickly. Get it out, get it out, get it out. Tell the broke boys to make more. Tell the broke boys to start a daily vlog of them recording. A daily vlog of what it's like in the band. Start putting out on the YouTube channel. Speed, 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 more, more, more. Give me content, non-stop. Speed. All I did was stick to my 3 basic business principles. Now, imagine you try this for 6 months and it doesn't work. Have you lost money? No. What did you lose? You didn't have a big fancy office. You didn't lose nothing. What's the worst that can happen? What's the worst that can happen? Nothing. And that is the exact point I'm trying to teach you. You stick to these 3 tenets, in nearly any business, you'll launch it for basically nothing, and nothing can go wrong. Nothing can go wrong. Point 4. Let me clear my board. Bear with me. Let me remember staff. Right. Point 4. Staff. Now, this is going to be a controversial one. Bear with me. If you're watching so far, you should have learned a lot. We're just getting fucking started. We have 100 businesses. Number 4. Family and friends are actually the best staff you can possibly get. Now, people say don't mix friends with business, don't mix family with business. Can you clean my board? Sit here and wipe it, please. Don't mix friends with business. Don't mix friends with business. Don't mix family with business. That's a lie. So the reason people say this is because people are dickheads and they can't get along with people. They can't get along with anybody long enough to make any money. But I guarantee you have family members right this second who could make you money. I guarantee you have a 15-year-old niece, nephew, cousin, brother, whoever, who knows more about computers than you do. I guarantee there's a 15-year-old out there with nothing better to do who knows more about Photoshop than you do right now. His stupid ass needs a job. So you can start a company right now. You can call up all your cousins. One of my cousins works for me. My brother works for me. One of your cousins, nieces, nephews, whatever, some 15, 16-year-old who's in school and bored and say, we're starting a company. I'm going to make you a director. You're going to have 10% of the business. You're going to do everything I say. And by the time you're 20, you're going to be rich. You're going to be rich. And he'll come start doing work for you. Now, if he won't listen to you, well then, I don't know. If you can't tell a 15-year-old what to do, then you're a dick. But me, I always have people I can call. There must be younger people. You don't need some old person. You need young people. And the reason for this is because young people have nothing to lose. If you hire a 30-year-old man, he has to pay his rent. He hasn't got time to waste. He has rent to pay. He has car payment to pay. A 15-year-old, he has nothing. He only doesn't play video games. So if the business fails, who cares? He has nothing to lose. So why don't you utilize him? You must have friends or family members who are young enough in a position that they have time to waste. Don't hire people who can't afford to pay. Hire people who live for free. If you have friends and they have a kid, go to your friends and say, your kid's 15, he's good with computers. Yeah, I'm thinking of starting a company. I'm thinking of letting him work with me for free at the beginning, see if he's good, and if he's good, I'll start paying him. They'll love that. They'll love the idea of their son or daughter getting enterprise work. Yeah, good idea. What's the business? Bang! There are free, effectively free workers everywhere. If they're not free, they're extremely cheap. And they're everywhere. You just don't use them. So now, let's think of fucking, you own a website. Let's say you don't know, like you're me. I don't know anything about building websites. You want to start a website. It's always a software. You go and you find a 15-year-old, you tell her that. And then you start taking money. You give them a 15-year-old. You're a middleman. 15-year-old works for free. You can do websites cheap now. You can do websites for $300. I'll do an entire website for $300. Half now, half next month. Like $300 for a website? Yeah, $150 now. Take $150. Give $50 to the 15-year-old. Tell him when he's done, he gets another $50. $100 for him, $200 for you. You ain't done shit. Boom. Wham, bam, done. He can even start your company website for advertising at the beginning for free. Bang. You have free workers out there. Find young people, because young people can afford to work for fucking nothing. You try to find members of staff that have mortgages and fucking pension plans. That's expensive. The best staff you can find are young people. And in most cases, young people know more than the old people anyway, especially about technology and stuff. Young people are fantastic. I love hiring 18, 19-year-olds. They know fucking more than me about fucking TikTok, Instagram, all the blah, blah, all the shit that's big. They know more than me. I'm 33, I'm not even old. These kids are sitting there going, we need to do this and this and this. I'm like, go then. They're like, how long is it gonna take? They're like, a week. I said, no, be ready tomorrow. Tomorrow, show me it. Done. Don't piss me off. Go. Speed, back to lesson 1. Bang. You already have workers for your business. You already have them. You just don't fucking use them because you're lazy. So contact them right now. Let's get started.
I apologize for the change of face, but Andrew has invited me here to talk about another very important thing when it comes to making money, which is work with family when possible. That's why I'm here. Now, it's very easy for people like me and Andrew to tell you to work just with family members because we're two brothers and we're exceptionally close, but we actually learned this from other people. Me and Andrew have always been best friends, but we used to fight and argue when we were growing up, and when we were 16, 17, we worked in completely different fields. We worked different jobs. We weren't actively putting our resources together and trying to make money. We had some friends who were Pakistani guys from the United Kingdom, and they taught us a very important lesson. One of our friends, I won't say his name, but he had a Ferrari and he used to drive it around our hometown. And we were very impressed and we said, well, how do you have this Ferrari? Because he was only a lawyer, a junior lawyer, making maybe £50,000 a year. A good income, but not a Ferrari income. And he told us, he said, you English people, you white people, he said, mixed race, have it all wrong. I have 6 brothers, and what me and my brothers do is this. One of us is a doctor, one's a dentist, one's a lawyer, one's an architect. We're all in different fields. What we do is we live in the same house. Our wives live with us, our wives cook the meals and look after our children. And we pool all of our money together. That way we own the house instead of renting 6 other houses. That's pretty clever. What about the Ferrari? He said, well, a Ferrari finance payment is £2,000 a month, more than me on my own. However, I don't drive the car all the time. So me and all of my brothers, we bought these finance agreements for the Ferrari, our Range Rover, and our Rolls Royce. And we all drive them whenever we want. I thought, wow, that is smart. That's a conversation that got me and Andrew thinking at a very young age. From that point on, whenever we were renting a small apartment, we rented together rather than pay 2 separate rents. But when we worked together, when we were making money, we thought, how can we do this together? And everything from there went into a single pot. Up until this day, we're multi-millionaires. We share bank accounts. I don't know what's in whose account, under what name, which house, which car is owned by who. I mean, I know on paper, but it doesn't matter because everything is collectively owned. Now it doesn't matter so much. Me or Andrew could go our separate ways, buy our own family home and have 3 supercars each, if we wanted to, but we don't. You see, when we were much younger, our first ever supercar was an Aston Martin Vantage. An old one, cost us £65,000 secondhand. Wasn't the most amazing car, but we paid for it, the both of us. That way we had a supercar for both of us to use. The money we saved, we put into business, the other activities we were doing, and that helped us propel forward to the point we're at now. So sure, it'd be easy to divide resources and split now, but why? Am I going to reach the next level faster if I do that? No. So now I live in a 7-bedroom house. My driveway is full. There's 6 cars on it. I actually need to extend it now because Andrew won't stop buying cars, but that's fine by me. Always work with family. Now, my cousin from the United States is in a very lucky position. He's now living here in Bucharest. He works with us, and he essentially works with us forever. As long as we're making money, he's going to be here, and he's part of the team. When I first met him, he was 5 years old. I didn't see him again until he was 19. Now, when he was 19, he was smart. He had it all going on, but he was a bit privileged. His mother was a very well-to-do woman, a best-selling author in the field of political science and a university professor. And he was at university, everything was getting paid for him. I thought, okay, you know, he's not from the same world as me. But then things started going wrong for him. He was sleeping on a floor, delivering pizzas, living the kind of life I remember. So after 2 years of what I call the struggle, I thought, okay, it's time to bring Luke back in. And Luke is now a member of our team, as he is a member of our family. Now, I understand not everybody has brothers, not everybody has cousins. You may be an only child, you may be an orphan, I don't know what you are. But everyone's got those people that are so valuable to you that you wouldn't stab them in the back for $1 billion or 1,000 years. Those are the people you want to work with. As long as you are sure that they share your sentiments, those are the people you want to work with. Pool your resources, live in the same house. If you're broke, if you're both working dead-end jobs, rent one room together if need be. If you're good friends, if you meet a woman, tell them to take a walk for an hour and come back. That is one of the keys to my and Andrew's success.
Lesson 5, command respect. Now, what I want to do in the 100 points, this 100 tenets of business is I don't want to talk too much about the fluffy bullshit that all the other millionaires talk about and teach, because what they're really doing is popping out. So it's very easy for Ty Lopez, who has no real business, Ty Lopez, you know, to say, you get rich by reading books, because it sounds easy. Then everyone goes, oh really? Okay, I'll read books. It sounds easy, but it's not true. And think positive, you'll get rich. That's not true either. But some things are true. And number 5, this is true. Command respect. This is true. So I'll give you an example. We're gonna go back to Dan. So I still talk to Dan. He's a good guy. One of the reasons I'm good at business is because I command respect. And I command respect because I'm a physical specimen of a man. This is the reality. I'm a professional fighter. So this helps me, whether I'm running my webcam girls or whether I was pitching television advertising. There's a level of respect humans have for other humans who are physical specimens. Dan is a big black guy. The way Dan sold and acted and treated staff, he could get away with that he couldn't get away if he was an obese white man. Because there's something evolutionary about humans, and if you're a person who's viewed as strong, people respect you and people trust you. If you want to run a business and you want people to spend money with you, then one of the best things you can do is go tell you the truth. Get in fucking physical shape and people will see, okay, well, he's obviously not afraid of hard work. He's obviously disciplined. There's some things that are spoken without being spoken. And having a physical presence is one of them. It helps in business every possible way. If I stand up, when I used to stand up to sell TV advertising in front of people, I guarantee you spend 19,000 euros. I guarantee you spend 19,000 euros. When they see your product on TV, a product like this, you sell online, where else do you sell? Tesco. Oh, you're in the superstores as well. You are going to make twice your money back, guaranteed. If I say that as a big, strong guy who you can tell, obviously trained really hard with discipline, was not afraid of hard work, that was more valuable than if I was a fat piece of shit who's going to work. Fuck you. Go to the gym. Command a physical presence. I'm not saying you have to beat anyone up. I'm saying if you command a physical presence, your words have more weight and it helps in business. Everything. I know webcam girls are a very unusual business, and none of you probably run webcam girls, but I learned a whole bunch about business running my webcam girl. In fact, I approached my webcam girl business the same as I approached every other business, the same tenets. I started it for cheap on the laptop I already had and a girlfriend I already had. I found out how to get the money in before I found out how to produce videos. I had people sending me money for these feature-length porn videos. I couldn't even produce them. I didn't have a fucking camera. Money first. All my same things. Speed, quickly, get everything produced quick. I did all the same things with all my businesses. But the reason I could have so many girls listen to me is because I'm me. And I'm me because I'm big and strong. So if you want to run your business, do not neglect
A question that constantly comes up on my channel and around the interwebs in general is, what is an MMORPG? Sure, people know it's a kind of video game that's online, but what actually is an MMORPG? My goal is by the end of this video to answer that question for you by utilizing a number of high-profile sources and experts, market analysis, and doing some reverse engineering on some classic pioneer MMORPGs. In the end, MMORPG might mean something different to you than it means to me, but we might end up mostly on the same page, and that will help us in the end, I think. A better educated market means that developers have to make better games. For those already asking what's the point of the video, who cares about defining a term or what it means to somebody? Well, terms without meaning lose meaning, and if you aren't careful, the wrong people will start utilizing the terminology for the wrong reasons. Whether that be the MMOs with a max player count of 4 to 16 players springing up, or even the ones that are playable supposedly offline. If we don't properly define what an MMORPG is for ourselves, then other developers or suits will, and in the end, that doesn't really help us. If we can keep MMORPG true to what it meant when we first formulated it and beyond, we can make sure we have a future generation of innovative, massive, and giant worlds to experience for many years to come. We will be using a timeline to describe how things were started before properly defining what an MMORPG is. If you're already familiar with the timeline of things, or just interested in hearing the definition, feel free to skip this part and go straight to the definition. This video...
Hey everybody, what's up? Alright, so in this video, what I want to talk about is when we take things personally as programmers. And doing this 14 years now, I've seen this a lot, just of myself and also other developers and things, and just some basic advice about not taking things personally in this field. Number one, there's gonna be like people that are hard to work with. That kind of comes and goes. Sometimes people are hard to work with just like temporarily because they have a lot going on in their life. And I think you should always keep it in mind that like you don't really know why somebody is nasty. And when I say nasty, they could be like short with you, not responding to your IMs, emails, stuff like that. You might actually make the assumption that they don't like you, and maybe they don't, but normally we have to be professional in this field, and I try to treat all associates I work with respect, and I don't get nasty with anybody. Really, I don't. I think I've had a couple of issues where like maybe I didn't enjoy working with people, and I might have gotten short a couple of times, but for the most part, I've done pretty well, I think, of just simply like just taking things with a grain of salt, just taking it as they come, and not getting too personally invested in whether or not somebody likes me. I really just don't care. And I think, honestly, the YouTube thing has helped me because you're going to hear people that say stuff like, oh, you don't know how to code, or you might hear gossiping of like, this person's not a very good coder, or this or that. And I think you really want to avoid that because when you do that, it typically comes back around to bite you. And you really don't know what somebody brings to the table. There are people that have a lot of experience, and maybe they don't have as much experience working on a project that you do, or a code base or framework or whatever, but they might have a ton of other experience that you don't know about, and maybe way more than you. And you should always keep that in mind. So saying that somebody doesn't know how to code, I've heard it on this YouTube stuff because I've inadvertently said inaccurate information at times, even though it wasn't on purpose. When you put yourself out there like that, I think the more you do that, the more you're inviting criticism in, but you should definitely take that with a grain of salt, because people will say that, and it doesn't matter if you've been doing this for decades or led projects or teams or made millions of dollars doing it. They don't care. They'll still tell you don't know how to code. So most likely those people, they got something going on in their own personal life that you shouldn't even be worried about. Even if you get fired or like laid off, I mean, luckily I haven't actually had either one of those things ever happen to me, but I have read about it enough, and I've been worried about it, at different times of like, oh, I'm gonna get fired, or I'm gonna get laid off, and all that worry has not done me a single drop of good, and it's really just been a big detractor of personal happiness, not just at work but outside of it as well. So even if you do get fired or laid off, I wouldn't take it personally. I mean, there's times that the economy changes, right? Finances, business just goes up and down. Markets completely, bubbles burst and all that. It's just, you can't take that personally. You just got to try to move on and, find a new job. Now, another thing, like people take personally is like code reviews, right? So you could spend a lot of time finally meeting the requirements. It looks like you matched up like to the design specs, and you got the code to compile, your unit tests are written and all that, and you go in and you're up against a deadline as well, but then you get all these like nitpicky things on your code review that don't go your way. And I think what you need to keep in mind on that is that it's other people's job to review your code, and there are certain patterns and there's knowledge and team leadership and everything of how a code base should be written, especially across teams. Like, we don't just do everything individually and write things our own way. We write it in the way that the team feels that it's necessary, and a lot of times that comes from senior management I would say on that, it's good to have as many eyeballs on your code as possible, because like if you go in and take down an entire code base for a multi-million-dollar business, you don't want that all on you. You want to have multiple eyes on that so that that situation is not occurring. So just keep in mind, it's people's job to actually review your code, and the more feedback you get, the better. And I guess I'll switch to the deadlines then too, because when you do miss deadlines, you know in the back of your mind, or you should probably, whether or not you missed that deadline. Was it you? Was it your lack of work? Was it because you left the office early a bunch of times? Did you agree to some sort of deadline that you couldn't make, or you didn't in a timely way like raise the concern that you're not going to be able to meet that deadline? I think that missing deadlines is something that's one of the most stressful parts of being a software engineer, but a lot of times those deadlines are unrealistic, and/or things change and you just couldn't have predicted them. And that happens all the time in software. That's why we have agile development, so we're supposed to be able to turn on a dime. But even then, there's going to be teams that you're relying on, information that you're relying on, stuff doesn't get conveyed to you properly, or just things change. And we miss deadlines sometimes, so they're going to come and go, and I wouldn't take that personally either. Yeah, I guess, one thing to also keep in mind is that like when you get praise or even criticism, right? There's going to be times that you probably get praise and then you get criticized, and I think that happens the more it happens, or really the more severe it happens, is the higher you go in your levels. Like when you're becoming a senior developer, like there's going to be times that you will get criticism because the project doesn't go the way that it's planned. And as a senior developer, like you're supposed to bring in knowledge and just be able to see the writing on the wall and warnings. And when that stuff gets missed, like you will get some sort of criticism at times. But I think also at the same time, it is good to get praise, but the more senior you go, the less praise you might get. And I noticed, like in my early career, I got praised a lot, and it was like, oh, Chris, the junior developer, look, he's doing all this stuff, he's leading this team or this effort or whatever. But the more senior you go, like the more that's just status quo, so you don't get as much recognition, in my opinion. I do think recognition is a good thing, but you shouldn't take it personally when like your name isn't called on a project that you might have contributed to or something like that. It's good to get praise from your manager, but you shouldn't rely on it. There's going to be good times and there's going to be bad, so I think it's just best to stay on an even keel, like emotionally. When things are really good, don't get too up about it and think that it's always going to be that way. And when things get bad, don't think it's always going to be that way either. So just do your best. That's all we can really do. So other than that, yeah, I think, taking things personally is a pretty common thing in web development. And we're very tribalistic, I think, about the type of code that we write and the frameworks we use and languages and all that. And whether or not, like, there might be a situation where like your framework of choice is not accepted, but that could be a blessing too, because a lot of times I feel like, especially with younger developers, like they want to bring in the latest and greatest code of something that there's blogs being written about it, people are talking about it, and it's like, yeah, that'd be so cool to work on something new and bring this new code base in, and it's going to be faster and this and that. But like most likely it probably isn't as feature complete as something that's been around for a long time. It's certainly not as well tested, and you really don't want that responsibility on your shoulders. So if somebody doesn't like accept your solution to using like a coding language or a framework or something like that, that could be a blessing actually. So a lot of things that you could take personally in this field, but most of the time when you take things personally, it's probably some sort of an assumption of like, this person doesn't like me, or they think my code is garbage, or any other reason that you might think. But I think it's often a wrong approach. Like when I think that like this person thinks of me as a bad programmer or something like that, I don't really know what they think, and it's not my job to be responsible for how they think about me or what they think about me. So yeah, the best you can do is just take the least amount of things personally as possible. Keep an open mind. Often know that your assumptions are wrong, and that's simply it. So everybody, thanks for watching. Have a good day. Bye. If you're learning the code, I recommend you check out my website, codehawk.com. My courses are fast, to the point, without the fluff that you'll find on other competitor sites like Pluralsight and Udemy. One of the reasons why you'll want to learn with me is that I'm a self-taught engineer myself. I never went to school for any of this stuff. I've been doing it for over a decade now, professionally. The biggest reason you should use CodeHawk is that it's one price for everything. I try to make this as affordable as possible. Instead of having to purchase 15 to 20 different courses on Udemy or an expensive monthly subscription to Pluralsight, it's one price for everything on CodeHawk. Front end, back end, full stack. It has courses on all the latest web development technology. The courses range from beginner to advanced. So if you want to learn the latest web technology, give CodeHawk a look. There's demos for all of the courses that are out there right now. In addition, there's also my personal vlogs, which I'll be adding more to. So content that I don't release to YouTube is available on CodeHawk.
Enemy double kill. Enemy rampage. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed. has destroyed a turret.